I'd like to ask the interpreter currently on the Spanish channel to commence interpretation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you're on your cell phone or tablet, locate the 3 dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish interpretation. Interpreter Claudia, will you please restate this in Spanish?
Yes. Buenas tardes a todos, bienvenidos. Los servicios de interpretación en español van a estar disponibles de una manera simultánea para la junta del día de hoy. Para tener acceso a ese servicio, en unos momentos ustedes van a notar en la parte inferior de su pantalla un globo terráqueo o un símbolo de mundo. Por favor de hacer un clic en ese icono y se les va a proporcionar la opción de elegir el idioma inglés o español. Favor de elegir el idioma de español e inmediatamente pueden disfrutar de esta junta de una manera simultánea. Ahora, si están teniendo acceso a esta junta por medio de un celular o una tableta, iPad, ustedes van a notar 3 puntos en la parte superior de su pantalla a mano derecha o parte inferior también. Abajo de los 3 puntos, ustedes van a notar una palabra que dice más o more. Favor de hacer un clic y de nuevo se les va a lanzar el globo terráqueo, otro clic y favor de elegir el idioma de español. Muchísimas gracias, estamos a sus órdenes. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Welcome, everyone. The time is 2:31, and we'll call this meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Present.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming?
Here.
Councilmember Banuelos? Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Present.
Mayor Stapp?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you. We have no closed session items today, so we'll move on to item 4.1. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Stapp. Greetings, Council, and Happy New Year. So we will begin with study session, item 4.1, Comprehensive Water and Wastewater Rate Study Report and proposed fiscal year 2025-2026 through fiscal year 2029 through 2030 rate schedule. And I'll turn it over to Director Burke.
Thank you, City Manager Smith, and good afternoon, Mayor Stapp and Vice Mayor Alvarez, members of council, and as was stated, Happy New Year. We're pleased to be in front of you today with a pretty important study session for the council. Before I get started, I'd like to just note that we had sent an updated PowerPoint that was supposed to have a revision on slide 57 that was supposed to change the date from February 28th to March 5th. If you'll notice, the revised PowerPoint had the exact same date. So that was my mistake. I accidentally sent the wrong PowerPoint again. The clerk will fix that after the study session today, and we will make sure and note that verbally when we get to that slide. So that was the only thing that was changing between those two versions. So again, my name is Jennifer Burke, and I am the Director of the Water Department. I have with me today Mark Hildebrand, who's with Hildebrand Consulting, who's our rate consultant. We also have virtually Dustin Cooper, who's our interim assistant city attorney with Manassian Law. He is also going to be presenting as part of this presentation today. And then I have in the audience some staff, Nick Harvey, our Deputy Director of Administration, as well as Elise Miller, our Communications Coordinator, who are available should you have any additional questions during this study session. I did want to take a moment to let the council know that your Board of Public Utilities did a tremendous amount of work on the product that you see in front of you today. We met with the BPU and Budget Subcommittee, and then we met with them in study session. We incorporated their feedback, which resulted in our ability to reduce the water rate recommendation that's before you today, and still at the staff level feel comfortable that we would meet our reserve requirements going forward. So on December 19th, the Board of Public Utilities did unanimously recommend the report and the rate schedule that is before you today. And again, I just want to take a moment to thank them for all their work. They really did put in a ton of hours to get us to where we are today. Our agenda today will go over our objectives and general rate setting. We'll talk about the water financial plan, our recommendation on the water side. We'll talk about the wastewater financial plan, our recommendation on the wastewater side. We'll talk about capital delivery. We'll talk about how we've been putting this information out to our water and wastewater ratepayers. And then we will talk about some new Prop 218 procedures that are available that will help us as we go through this rate setting process. And then we'll go to next steps. Mr. Mayor, it's up to you if you want to stop us along the way with questions. Otherwise, our plan was to run through the presentation.
I'll leave it to the discretion of my colleagues. If you have questions along the way, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I'm going to turn it over to Mark Hildebrand, and away we go.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for having me this afternoon, and nice to see everybody. My name is Mark Hildebrand. I'm with Hildebrand Consulting. I have over 20 years of utility rate consulting experience in California, and I've specifically been working with Santa Rosa Water for over 6 years now. I'm going to go ahead and go through the agenda that Director Burke just covered. First, covering the rate setting objectives. What are the objectives that we had when we set off on this project? And the most important objective, obviously, is that we're legally compliant. And I'll cover that in a little bit more detail, and there'll be a longer explanation at the end of the presentation. But there is a lot of legal precedent to how rates need to be set in California, and one of my primary jobs as your rate consultant is to make sure that your rates are fully compliant with those requirements. We also want to ensure that the utilities are both, the water and wastewater utilities, are financially sufficient and sustainable, that we minimize your rate increases to your ratepayers, that your public understands the bill when they look at their bill, that they understand what they're paying for, and we want to make sure that the rates remain affordable. So covering legal requirement in California, the applicable law is called Proposition 218. It's part of the California Constitution. We won't go over all the details of that law, but the basic premise is that you can't charge customers more than the cost of providing service. And there's a process by which you have to follow to raise rates when you do raise rates, and you have to give your ratepayers the opportunity to protest against the rates if they wish to do so. So the law, those are the basic premises of the law. There's a lot of case law that has gone into shaping how the rates need to look, and it's changed a lot over the last 15 years, and we are compliant with all those requirements. Next slide. At a high level overview of how rate studies are conducted, there's 3 general steps. First, we do the revenue requirements, which is a financial plan. We look at all the revenues coming into the utilities and all the expenses going out, and we develop a 10-year forecast of how much rate revenue is needed in order to pay for critical operations and capital spending over the next 10 years. Sometimes that involves a debt strategy as well. Once we understand the revenue requirements that need to be recovered from your ratepayers, we do the cost of service analysis. Cost of service is when we look at specific customers and your different types of customers, whether they're residential customers or commercial customers, how they use the utilities, so how much water they're using, the size of their meters, and we allocate cost responsibilities to those different customer classes based on how they use the system. And finally, in the rate design, once we understand how much revenue we want to recover from your different customer classes, sorry, I should speak slower for the, I've been, okay, but for the interpreter, I understood that I was supposed to speak. I'll try to find the balance there. Rate design is what the bill looks like when your customers receive the bill. So how much of their rates are being paid through the fixed costs, how much of their bill is going to be paid based on their water usage, those sorts of decisions. So those are the 3 general steps. Next slide. This is a simplified schematic of the cash flow that occurs for your 2 water utilities, for water and sewer. On the left side in green, you see the different types of revenue that are received. In the middle, blue, those are the funds that the revenues go into. And in the orange on the right are the different types of expenses that are incurred. So the operating fund does include 3 different reserves that have specific purposes, and we'll talk about the level that we want to keep those reserves at later in the presentation. Next slide. So some highlights for the project before we start getting into the details. First, we wanted to point out that the capital appropriations goals, so the amount of money that is being designated to be spent on capital spending, is based on recommendations from the most recent infrastructure report card. The cost of service analysis, so that second step that I mentioned for the rate study process, that has been updated with new numbers because it's been 5 years since the last time it was conducted, but there's no changes to the basic rate structure. So the bill that your customers receive is generally going to look the same. The numbers have simply been updated. And we do, the one major recommendation that's being made is that we do recommend reinstating the automatic pass-through of Sonoma Water rate changes. We'll cover that in a bit more detail later on, but in short, Sonoma Water rates, the rate you pay to purchase your wholesale water is totally outside of Santa Rosa Water's control, and it's the single largest expense. And so there is an opportunity for the city to simply pass on the changes in the cost to your ratepayers in order to ensure that both sides are protected. And we'll cover that in more detail. Next slide. So jumping into the water utility, here are some primary inputs. So the beginning point of the model in terms of the starting reserves, we use the reserve balances as of June 30, 2023. We are using the 2024-25 budgeted revenues and expenses as our starting point for the 10-year projection. So we take those numbers and then we project 10 years out based on inflation assumptions. We are using existing debt service schedules. And then in terms of customer behavior and how they're using water and sewer, well, water in this case, we're using the 23-24 billing data. So that helps us understand how your customers are currently using the water. Next slide. So here are some of the inflation assumptions we made. Now, we don't have a crystal ball. Obviously, we do our best to try to make an educated guess on what's going to happen over the next 10 years because we have to set rates in advance. And that is going to be determined, it's going to be based on how your costs change over that period. So your salary costs, we assume are going to increase next year at 9%, and then 4% the year after that, and 3% for the remaining 10 years, remaining 8 years. Benefits at 3.6, 1.6, and 2%. Chemicals and utilities at 4%, 4.5% per year. And pretty much everything else at 3% per year. So the 3% per year is probably pretty optimistic. You know, that's not what has been happening recently, but without any specific information telling us otherwise, we have to just go with long-term historical inflation numbers, which has been 3% over the last 100 years or so. We did not make an attempt to determine what Sonoma Water inflation is going to be because we don't need to because of the pass-through that I'm going to explain. Interest earnings on your reserve balance at 1% and growth at 1.1%. And then we assume that folks' demand for water, per capita demand, is not going to change over the next 10 years. Next slide. So here's a snapshot just to give you a picture of a one-year picture of what your revenue looks like on the water utility. You can see the vast majority of your revenue comes from rates from your customers, almost 90%. There are some other miscellaneous revenues. The demand fees are the fees that you get from developers when they join the system. That's an inherently volatile source of revenue, but it was $2 million budgeted for this year. On the other side, one thing that's important to note if you're comparing the two numbers, the two bottom line numbers, is that this does not include capital appropriations. So this is just your operating expense and your debt. And so you can see the wire purchases at 42% is the largest single line item. And it's, again, completely out of Santa Rosa Water's control. And so that's the line item that we're proposing to pass through in terms of how that cost changes over time. Next slide. In terms of your reserve targets, we need to keep a certain amount of money in the bank to protect the utility in the event of unintended or unforeseen circumstances. So the operating reserve is a policy that's existed previously. It's 15% of your annual operating costs, which is about $6 million currently. And then the catastrophic reserve, it protects you against natural disasters or any catastrophic failure of your infrastructure. Currently, it's at almost $6 million, and we are, based on the engineering report, we are recommending that that target be increased to $17.5 million. So the total reserve target is $23.5 million currently. Next slide. So here's a look at the water capital appropriations, and this is obviously very significant because it's one of the primary drivers for the rate increases that are necessary. Historically, the capital spending has been about almost $14 million per year. You can see in blue on the graph here. And there has been a target set by the infrastructure report card of $34 million. We are going to ramp up the appropriations over the next 10 years. If we tried to achieve that target immediately, the rate increases would be untenable. And so we are proposing to achieve that target by 2035. Next slide. And this graph has a bit more information, so I'll slow down a little bit. This is a 10-year cash flow graph showing the results of the modeling for the financial plan. So the top graph is comparing revenues versus expenses. The revenues in the background in green, and the expenses are in the foreground in blue. And we're trying to balance the height of the blue columns with the height of the background, which you can see happens in most years. When the columns are slightly higher than the green, that's a deficit year where you're drawing down on your reserves, and vice versa. You can see the reserve levels in the middle on the line graph. There, the blue line represents the projected reserve levels, which is starting at about $35 million, $34 million, and it's being drawn down slightly over the next 10 years, but staying relatively flat. And the target reserve in the dashed black line, you can see jumps. The reason it jumps in 2026 is because of that increase in the catastrophic reserve from the 5.75 up to the 17.5. So in order to achieve this, the overall rate revenue changes that would be needed are shown in the percentage, the third to bottom column. That the proposed rate increases would be 6%, 6%, 6%, and then 7%, 7%. The next 5 percentages, the 4%, are just a forecast, just to show that we've thought about it, to show that there's no surprises out in the next 10 years. But by law, you can't raise your rates by more than 5 years. And frankly, the crystal ball gets really fuzzy after that point anyway, so there's not much point in trying to do so. You can see the capital appropriations summarized at the bottom, and your debt coverage ratio is very healthy. That's a measure of how easily the utility can afford its debt, and it's easily meeting industry standards there. Next slide. So switching gears, so that was the financial plan, and so the conclusion of the financial plan is that no debt is necessary, and we'll need those rate revenue increases that I just showed. Switching gears to the cost of service analysis, we go through the utilities costs and we put the costs into different buckets. There's customer costs, which are driven by the existence of accounts. There's capacity costs, which are driven by the size of the infrastructure. And then there's commodity costs, which are driven by the amount of water that is sold. And so we allocate costs within the utility to those 3 different buckets. Next slide. And you can see that this is how the numbers pan out. So the customer costs and the capacity costs in orange are recovered through your fixed revenue. So that's about 26% of your revenue will be fixed. That will be recovered based on the size of folks' meter. That's part of their bill that they can't change. It's just based on the size of the meter. And in the blue part of the pie chart shows the cost that will be recovered through the usage revenue based on folks' water usage. And again, you can see Sonoma water purchase costs being a big part of that pie. Next slide. This is a summary of the justification for the type of rates that you charge your customers. So the Santa Rosa Water charges tiered rates to its single-family customers, which means that it gets a certain portion of its water at a lower rate until a certain point, and then it pays a higher rate, the Tier 2 rate. Irrigation customers have the same system where they pay two-tiered rates. Multifamily and commercial pay a uniform rate, which means that all of their water is the same. Their first gallon and their last gallon cost the same. The average cost per gallon for all these customers is the same if you look at the customer classes. So there's equity between the customers. There's not one customer group that's paying more per gallon than another customer group. They're all paying exactly the same per gallon. It's just distributed slightly differently based on the logic that you can see here. And what drives the Tier 2 rates for both single family and Tier 2 for irrigation is that we assign some slightly higher water supply costs to Tier 2. The marginal cost of water is slightly more expensive for them. And then we also assign the water conservation costs to the Tier 2 customers, because Tier 2 customers are the ones that are driving the need for the conservation program. Next slide. And this is a summary, it's a bunch of numbers, but it shows your current rates within the structure of your existing rate structure, of your existing rates, and the proposed rates starting in July 2025 for year one. You can see the change both in dollars and as a percentage. One thing that you'll notice is that the percent change there is not 6%. I previously mentioned that the year one rate increase was going to be 6%. If you take the weighted average of all those numbers, then it is 6%. So the overall revenue that's going to be recovered in year one does increase by 6%. But because we updated the cost of service analysis, the numbers shift around between the different categories, and so you get different results for different components of the rates. Namely, you can see that the usage rates are increasing by more than the 6%, and the service charges are increasing by a bit less than the 6%. But again, if you take the average of all that revenue, it is a 6% rate increase across all your customers. So here's the slide I mentioned earlier about the pass-through provision. So some of these words are repeating what I said earlier. You can see in the graph down there the single-family usage rate. You have the Tier 1 rates and the Tier 2 rates. A portion of those tiered rates is driven by your Sonoma water costs. That portion of their rates will be increased or adjusted based on what Sonoma Water actually does. So in other words, that blue portion of the graph, if Sonoma Water rate increases their rates by 12%, then that blue portion of their rates will increase by 12% as well. The red portion will go up by the 6% that I mentioned, that is applicable to the rest of Sonoma Water or Santa Rosa rates. But the blue portion will go up by whatever Sonoma Water does. So if for whatever reason Sonoma Water raises their rates by less than we expected, which 1% or 2%, for example, then ratepayers will actually see the benefit of that portion of their rates not increasing by as much. So this policy protects both the city and your ratepayers, because if we didn't use this policy, we would have to guess what Sonoma Water is going to do over the next 5 years. And over the last couple of years, they've been raising their rates by 11, 12, 13% in that range. So we would have to assume that they would continue to do that. If they didn't end up doing that, only raising their rates by 6%, and we assume that they did, then we'd end up overcharging your customers. And so this is protecting both the city by making sure that we recover all of our costs, and is also protecting your ratepayers by making sure that we don't overcharge them for rate increases that may or may not happen. This is a table that shows the math of how, for example, Santa Rosa water rates in 2027 are proposed to go up by 6%. Say Sonoma County increases their rates by 10%, then this is how the math would work out. And I won't go through all the numbers, but you can see the final column there is basically the weighted average between the 6% and the 10%. That 8.2% in Tier 1 for single family on the right side, that's the weighted average of the effect of those rates. And it's slightly different for the different rates because the rate structure is slightly different for each of them. And in the interest of equity and being fair and complying with the law, we need to make it a little bit more complicated than may be understandable at first glance. But this is the fairest way to do it. And these calculations protect all your customers equally. Here is a survey of Santa Rosa's rates compared to other regional utilities, and you can see that currently Santa Rosa has the third lowest rates. This is for a single-family home with a 3/4 inch meter and average water use. You can see that their current rate is the third lowest in the region, and the year one increase would move them up by 1 spot, so that you'd still be fourth lowest in the region. So this is a great spot to be, towards the bottom. To be honest, you don't want to necessarily be at the bottom. I'm not making any comments on the utilities that are on this survey, but in my 20 years of experience, I can tell you that lots of utilities are at the bottom are the ones that are deferring capital. They're kicking the can down the road. They're not making the tough decisions in order to protect their utility, and they're going to be facing some really tough decisions in the future when that infrastructure starts to fail and they have to play catch up. So being at the bottom is not the goal of the exercise. And I mean, you can't base your rates on this anyways, but it is a good indication when you're at the bottom. That's what I'm trying to say. Next slide. So switching to the wastewater utility. Here's that snapshot of revenue. So the rate revenue is just over 91% there. And again, you can see the demand fees in this particular year are 5%, but that may change quite dramatically depending on how growth actually behaves over the next few years. Next slide. On the expense side, you can see that more than half of your expense is the regional O&M. So for those of you who are not familiar, the way that wastewater works is that there are two components to the wastewater system. There's what's called local wastewater, which is the part of the utility that collects wastewater. It manages all of the pipes that collect the wastewater and send it to the wastewater treatment system. And that's a big part of the operations, is just making sure that we can collect that wastewater. And then once you've collected it and sent to the treatment center, that's called the regional operation. And that treatment plant is actually shared with 4 other utilities in the region. And so there's a lot of efficiencies that are gained by having one large plant that treats all the wastewater in the region. And you can see that cost of running that plant is the 51.5% there. Next slide. On the reserve side, there's the operating reserve, again at 15% or $2.1 million currently. The catastrophic reserve is being proposed to increase from 6.8% to 21.5% based on the engineering report I mentioned earlier. And then the wastewater utility does have a rate stabilization reserve, which helps ensure that the utility can meet its debt obligations, and that current target's at $1 million for a total of 24.6. Here's the same general idea for the capital appropriations. Again, the infrastructure report card identified a target of, in this case, $42 million per year. As we did with water, we'll try to achieve that target over the course of the next 10 years, so achieving that target by 2035. Currently, the average has been about $14 million per year. Next slide. And so that was for the local wastewater. On the regional side, and that's capital associated with the treatment plant, there's also an increase in the annual appropriations going to $21 million per year by 2035. But on top of that, there's a large project that's that just was completed for $70 million in debt, and a new debt issue of $35 million that is being proposed for next year. Next slide. Here's the cash flow graph for local wastewater over the next 10 years. A similar picture where the reserve targets jump and the proposed or the projected reserve levels drop a little bit but remain pretty flat over the course of the next 10 years. And the rate increases in this case are 5% per year for the next 5 years, and then 5% for 3 more years, and then 3% after that point. The cost allocation for the cost of service is done in a very similar way: customer costs, capacity costs. On the usage side, the treatment costs are allocated a little bit differently, because in this case it's based on flow, but it's also based on strength. So some customers produce higher strength sewage, and so we allocate more cost to those customers because it costs more to treat higher strength sewage. Next slide. And that same pie chart, so you can see the fixed revenue is targeting about 30%, and your usage revenue based on estimated indoor water usage that gets sent to the sewage plant is about 70%. Next slide. And so here's the rate schedule with the percent increases on the right being different from the general rate increases, but overall achieving the rate increase that is being proposed. On the survey, in this case, the Santa Rosa waters or wastewater is more in the middle of the pack, and again, the year one rate increase will increase that rank by 1, but still remaining pretty much in the middle of the pack. Next slide. And this is a combined survey of the two utilities, showing that when you combine the water bill and the sewer bill, you are middle of the pack as well. This is a bill impact analysis. So all those numbers can make your head spin. If you're not really sure what you're looking at, this graph actually, despite all the numbers, helps simplify it a bit. This is an example. Each one of these rows show an example bill for different types of customers. So for example, in the first row, it shows a single family home who's using a low amount of water, so 4,000 gallons per month in water. It shows their current bill with the current rates, the bill with the proposed rates, and how much that bill will change in a month, both for the dollars and the percentage. So the low water single family home, their total combined bill will increase by $7.63 or 5.7%. So you can look down this list at any type of particular customer that may be of interest, and it'll help you understand the financial impact that these proposed rate increases will have on that specific type of account. Next slide. And here's again a summary of the proposed rate increases that we presented today. So 6% per year for 3 years for water, then 7% for 2 years, and 5% per year for wastewater. And that concludes my presentation. I appreciate your audience.
Thank you, Mark. So I am going to take over the presentation from here, maybe, where to go. I'm going to talk about capital project delivery. As was mentioned, and I know we've been in front of the council before, and you are aware, we are underinvesting in our infrastructure. And for both the water, the wastewater, and the regional system, it's about more than half of what we should be investing year over year. So we looked at various ways that we could start increasing that investment. And one of those was to do this over a 10-year period. And part of that is to give us time to figure out how we're really going to focus on capital project delivery. So I'm actually filling in for TPW Director Dan Hennessy. He and I have talked quite a bit about how we're going to work together to increase project delivery. And with new revenue, we know that project delivery is going to have to change. This table in front of you provides a look back of the existing capital funding that has not been able to be spent as rapidly as we like. The first table shows, and this is all just for the water department, the first table shows the water CIP budgeted expenditures versus realized expenditures for the last 5 years, and this is combined for water, wastewater, and regional. And basically what this shows is that we have quite a bit of a backlog, and our capacity for project delivery is pretty much somewhere between $31 to $33 million per year. And so instead of actually spending down the amount we've been investing over the last 5 years, you've seen that backlog kind of grow. And it really just shows us what we can do with our current delivery method. If we were to look at the projected balances given the estimated revenues and budgeted capital expenditures with the new rates versus the current capacity, we would continue to see that backlog grow. So if we didn't do anything different, we would see quite a bit more dollars sitting there waiting to be spent. So in talking with our new TPW director, we've talked about how are we going to do this with this new injection of capital coming forward. Again, we're giving ourselves a couple years to get this in place, but what we're really going to do is we're going to look to get consultants on board to help us with the project management. In talking with Dan, if we were to do this in-house, he would be asking for 3 additional capital projects teams. Currently, we only have 2 capital projects teams working on Santa Rosa's capital, and that doesn't seem reasonable. So we really think the best way to go forward is to use consultants to do the project management. We would focus on developing a master professional services agreement for project management, and with Dan's been talking to consultants out there to see what they'd be interested in. They really are interested in getting bigger chunks of funding for massive amounts of projects in the project management space. So he's proposing that he would issue a project management RFP at the end of this fiscal year based on if this rate process goes forward as presented. And then once that's in place, they would assist us with developing a design services request for proposal that would give us a master list of consultants available for design. And then that consulting team would manage those consultants that would be doing the design. So, and as Dan says, he's very number heavy, so these next slides are pretty number heavy. But the net effect is really decreasing the balance that would be in the backlog while increasing the project delivery. So what he envisions is that we'd be spending about 4 times what we currently spend in the water and sewer on an annual basis on our CIP, and 2 times what we spend on the regional system. So here's an example of the water system, and you could see at the end of the 10 years, if we put it out in these sort of 3-year cycles of bundles of projects, we would have down to about a year's worth of what should be in the CIP by putting this out for this project management proposal. So this is an example of what that table is showing from a graphic perspective. So we'd be able to continue to invest more, spend more, and deliver more without seeing that darker green line, which would show in the backlog increasing. And then he put the same information together also for, this is particularly for the sewer system. And again, a graphic representation of being able to deliver more projects and get more capital spent. And then lastly, on the regional system, because this system is owned not only by Santa Rosa, but our partners are part of this, we're really honoring the $1 million per year increase, plus looking at some debt service, as Mr. Hildebrand mentioned. And so we are building that up. Again, this will allow us to get a lot of projects done out at the regional system. And this graphically shows that it would allow us to increase the amount of projects delivered, but really keeping us down to a project backlog that should be what we should have right now, a reasonable amount on a year-over-year basis. So that's how we plan to work together to get more of this capital investment completed and projects delivered. In addition to looking at how we can do our capital investment more efficiently, we're also looking at how can we keep costs as minimal as possible to our ratepayers. And so in addition to trying to keep our assumptions as reasonable as possible, but still capturing what we think is going to be coming forward, you may recall that for this fiscal year, for the first time in a number of years, we actually produced a balanced budget for the water department. We didn't have a deficit budget. And then we also have been exploring and continuing to apply for as much outside funding as possible. So this table in front of you today is the grants that we have received over the last 4 years, 2021 through 2024. We've received about $15 million in grant funding from various sources. This is only water, sewer, and regional. So that's all we're focusing on. We do have some additional grants we've gotten for our stormwater and creeks teams, but this is just for the water and sewer and regional system, which is impacted by these rate proposals in front of you. In addition to the $15 million we have already received the last couple of years, we have also applied for about $40 million worth of additional grant funding. Some of that we know we've already been told we're going to get it, and so we're waiting to get that money into our accounts. Some of it we've applied for. We are under the understanding we're in pretty good contention, and we're really hopeful we'll be getting it. And some of it, we just weren't successful, even though we applied for. And we're going to continue to look at all opportunities to reduce costs through applying for outside funding, whether it's grant funding, whether it's low interest loans, whatever we can look at in ways that we can really help to reduce the impact to our customers. Now I want to talk a little bit about the outreach that we have been doing to really make sure that our ratepayers understand that this is their system. This is the public's water system, the public sewer system, the public's wastewater treatment plant. And so it's really important, just like a home, just like a car, you need to invest in those systems. So we're really focusing on the value of water. The Value of Water campaign was launched in May of last year, now actually May of 2024. And we have been really focusing on investing now to secure our water future. So not only for today, but for our community for the future. We've been focusing on the value of water May through November. And we are really now turning our attention to making sure that we are supplementing outreach with our water rate proposal as well. The Value of Water campaign has utilized a variety of different outreach channels. So we have our website, we have our City Connections newsletter. We actually partnered with the Association of California Water Agencies to take advantage of their Quench California campaign to get information out through their various channels. We use our water bills, we use our bill inserts, we've done digital, print, radio, and social media. So we really continue to get the word out, trying to make sure that we're at any event or any outreach we can be at, and we're happy to go to any event to continue to let the public know the importance of these systems that they own. They're their systems. So in terms of some of the information on how those campaigns have been doing, we have just about 560,000 impressions from the digital campaign that we did with our Google Ads, with a little over 11,000 click-throughs to better understand the value of water and the campaigns we provide. And then our social media campaign, we had 101,000 impressions, and then looking at both of these approaches, we've had just about over 650,000 impressions. So we feel like this has been a good way to get the word out to our ratepayers, to our customers, to the public, and we're going to continue to focus on this going forward as we are going through the rate process. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dustin Cooper, who's our interim assistant city attorney, and he is going to talk about a couple new Prop 218 procedures that are now available to us that will help us go through the rate setting process. So Dustin, I'm going to go ahead to slide 54.
Thank you and good afternoon. Director Burke, I am not seeing the slide deck, so I'll just if I get out of sequence with the slide deck, maybe you could just interrupt me and correct me.
Yes, just let me know when you want me to move on to the next slide.
Okay. So Proposition 218, we as California voters approved that in 1996. And what you see here is a summary of some of the key provisions of Proposition 218. And it seems fairly straightforward on paper. You know, for example, revenues will not exceed the cost of service. But in practice, Proposition 218 has led to a significant amount of litigation. And in particular, over the last 5 to 10 years, there has been an exponential amount of litigation, primarily because some plaintiff firms in California have, in my opinion, viewed this as a business opportunity. And some courts have allowed class action lawsuits against the city or the public agency providing water and sewer services. So there's been a significant amount of litigation around Proposition 218, and that has actually increased by virtue of these class action lawsuits in recent history. The next slide. So this is the legislature's recent response over the last couple of years in light of this emerging legal threat to cities and water and sewer providers. And the legislature has enacted 2 separate optional procedures to help bolster the defense of rate setting processes. First is a statute of limitations. And this really is, it's optional, but it really is a no-brainer. That we would include language in the notice that would go to customers and landowners that there is a 120-day statute of limitations period. The second law is actually brand new. It's effective January 1st of this year. So we will be one of the first cities in California potentially utilizing this optional procedure. But it establishes an exhaustion of administrative remedies requirement. And we'll discuss that more in the next slide. So exhaustion is not a new legal concept in general under California law. It does exist in other areas of the law, such as the California Environmental Quality Act. However, it is new to Proposition 218. So first, what is an exhaustion requirement? It basically just requires prospective litigants to outline their legal objections to your rate setting process. And the benefit to the city, if you were to utilize this optional procedure, is that we get an advanced preview of that legal objection. So we will then have an opportunity to make amendments or to bolster the rationale for the proposed rate change. So there's considerable benefits associated with this new optional procedure. There are, however, some concerns or maybe drawbacks. A couple of those relate to the time, because it adds time to your Proposition 218 process. It will also potentially add cost because there's a response that the city must undertake to every written objection that may be received. I think those 2 downsides are pretty manageable. The one I really want to highlight is what I think is the biggest downside, and that is a communication challenge. And since this is a new law effective January 1 of this year, we're among the first to try to tackle this communication challenge. And what that communication challenge is differentiating for customers and landowners the difference between this written objection, which would satisfy the exhaustion requirement, and then separate from that, a written protest. Would you go to the next slide, please? So let's dig into that a little more. And by the way, this is the slide that Director Burke noted at the outset where there was a typo. The correct date is March 5th, 2025, not February 28th. But the exhaustion of administrative remedies requirement sets forth an interim 45-day deadline. And in your case, we would send out notices to the public. Those notices would clearly articulate the differences and the different deadlines between exhaustion and protest. But there would be an initial deadline for written objection set for March 5th of 2025. That would be the period by which customers that wish to potentially preserve a litigation argument would have to file a written objection. We would then review those written objections, and as I said, we would make amendments to the rate setting process, or at a minimum, respond and bolster the reasons why we think our process complies with Proposition 218. We would then come back to the City Council on April 1st as a separate agenda item where we would present to you that response to any objections we have received. And then after that item on April 1st, dealing with written objections, we would then separately conduct the public hearing. The public hearing is where that's the last opportunity where the public can submit written protests. And as a reminder, the Proposition 218 protest process, it functions like a veto. It's not like an affirmative vote where customers are affirmatively voting for the rate change. Rather, it's more akin to a veto, where if a majority of customers protest in writing, then the proposed rate change cannot move forward. So again, there's a communication challenge with this new exhaustion requirement, but when we reviewed this with BPU, it was part of their unanimous recommendation to you to move forward by utilizing both the statute of limitations and the exhaustion requirement in the city's notice. And in addition to that, I hope I'm not speaking for Director Burke, but both her and the City Attorney's Office are recommending that we utilize both of these optional procedures as well. So with that, I believe I will turn it back over to Director Burke.
Thank you. So where are we at today? And I know this was a long, very number-filled study session, but we have completed all of our work with the Board of Public Utilities. They have made a unanimous recommendation to you all today to consider that this rate study is comprehensive and meets all requirements and should be adopted once we go through the public hearing later this year, and recommended this rate schedule that's in front of you. We are in study session today to get any feedback from the council, answer any questions you might have. If you are supportive of us moving forward, we have the Prop 218 notice ready to go, and that will be mailed out within the coming week. And that will allow us to meet our deadlines of the objection date for March 5th, and then the public hearing, we'd be back in front of you on April 1st with a much shorter presentation. And with that, we are happy to answer any questions that you might have, and thank you so much for your time.
Jennifer and Mark, thank you very much. And I'm glad you showered some praise on BPU as well, because there was a tremendous amount of work that went into this. Let's bring it back to council for questions right now. We'll do comments later. All right, Councilmember Okrepke.
Thank you. Just real quick, is there a better, maybe not better, is there a more efficient way for us to base our rates to make them more stable, to help stabilize them?
I guess, can you help me understand what you're asking? I mean, is there a way to minimize rate increases over time? Or are you asking about making our revenue more stable? I mean, one of the ways you can do that is to have higher fixed costs, but then that gives less control to our customers in terms of their water usage. But can you give me a little more clarity on what you're asking?
Yeah, the stabilization of rates, not necessarily our end, but just, yeah, is there a better way to stabilize the rates overall so that they don't fluctuate as much?
You want to? Go ahead, Mark.
The primary way that rates are volatile, the way that you get spikes in your rates, will be catastrophic events for capital. Again, kicking the can down the road and whatnot. There's no way to avoid inflationary pressures on the utility in terms of the cost of operating. They live in the same environment that the rest of the economy. So you'll never be able to escape inflation, and inflation is pretty close to the rates that are being proposed today. Maybe these rates are a little bit higher because of the increase in capital appropriations. But when I see a rate structure really jump, double-digit rate increases, it's because a utility has gotten to a breaking point where they need to address capital spending, and they've delayed it. And so in the context of what's happening in California and all the other studies that I'm doing, to be honest, 5% and 6% rate increase is a win right now.
And I will add, if I could, Councilmember Krupke, one of the things we are still dealing with is the last 2 years of Sonoma Water's much higher rate increase than we anticipated. So we are having to do some catch up based on that. And so you're seeing that in the rate increase here today. And I think by putting the pass-through back into effect, that is also going to help us with some stabilization going forward on the water side.
Councilmember Banuelos.
Thank you. Just a quick question. First of all, thank you so much to staff and BPU for all the work that you've done. This is really excellent. I was just wondering, given that there's been some public work on the possible rate increases and things of that nature, if you've gotten any other public feedback at this point, especially since you've been doing the Value of Water campaign and all of this emphasis on water, which is excellent.
Thank you. And at this point, we've met in public meetings with the BPU through budget subcommittee study session recommendation. We did not have any input from the public in that process. I think we've had a little bit of comments through our social media process, and we've responded to those, but we really have not seen a lot of feedback at this point in time on what's been put forward. I would expect if this, if council supports going forward, we'll start to see more, because we will be sending out a mailing to every single property owner and customer within the city of Santa Rosa. City Manager?
Yeah, thank you, Director. I will say, while this is not part of Jennifer's presentation, we released a community survey around the budget, and we have been receiving a lot of comments about the importance of water and taking care of our water and our waterways. So we are receiving high-level feedback from our constituents regarding that.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I do have a couple questions. On slide 18, I see, if I'm reading this correctly, that 38.9% of it, of what we charged ratepayers, goes to Sonoma Water. Is that correct?
Yeah, sorry, I just want to make sure I was thinking of the right slide. That is correct. Yeah.
Great. And then when we set our rates, Jennifer, could you remind me, do we do about a 5-year projection of what we want to do for rate increases? I can't recall, or if that's in this, I apologize if I missed it.
So we have taken advantage of having a multi-year rate increase. The last rate increase we did, we adopted in 2020, and that was a 4-year rate increase, and that's finishing up this fiscal year. And so we're proposing in front of you today to do a 5-year rate increase, which is the maximum amount of years that we can do.
And I appreciate that for budgeting purposes for our households that use the water. Can you tell me how many year projections we get from Sonoma Water when they're doing their rate increases?
So Sonoma Water, we have been pushing on them to give us forecasting, but they do a year by year, so year over year rate setting. They have been giving us a little bit more information, and they have anticipated over the next few years that they are going to be looking at some double-digit rate increases. So I think it's going to continue to be very important that we continue to work with them and provide feedback and ask questions about ways they can minimize their rate increases as much as possible.
Well, since they're next, I'll save some of those questions for them. But I did want to just note that those multi-year projections, because the bill comes from Santa Rosa, oftentimes ratepayers believe it's us that have these large increases. So I just want to be very clear that we have another entity that we pay to, and now with the pass-through, even though they're going to see a large jump, it's actually not just our increase, it actually could be on Sonoma Water. So I just want to make sure that whomever is the one charging the larger rates is the one that actually gets the credit for that. And I think that was pretty much it, other than just kudos to being the third lowest in the region. I heard what you said about CIP projects, so not wanting to be at the very bottom, but I think that just how much we're doing right now on our rate increases over time seems to be great, as well as the extra spending on CIP projects and infrastructure. We know that the longer we do kick those cans, it's going to cost us astronomically more money. So I appreciate that there's a new spending plan to get a lot of those things that we put off for some time done now. Other than that, I just want to say thank you for all your work and to the entire water department. Thanks.
Excellent. And just one question from me. There's a good news story here, which you emphasized about the increase in capital projects, the increase in capital spending that's coming up. As part of the PR campaign that you mentioned in terms of general water issues, will the increased capital spending be part of that PR campaign at some point?
Yes, we are definitely focusing on a lot of the reasons why we are doing this is to increase the investment in our capital, to prepare our systems for natural disasters, to prepare for impacts from climate change and other variabilities. So really, it is about investing in our systems. That is the key message that we've been putting out and will continue to put out going forward.
Thank you. And if there are no further questions from council, then we will move on to public comment. If there's anyone in the chamber who would like to make a comment but has not yet provided a speaker with a card, you may grab a card at the table and make your way to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. And as you approach the podium, please state your name for the record if you choose to do so. Anyone in council chamber looking to make public comment? Seeing no one, we'll bring it back to council. Any final comments from my colleagues? Councilmember Rogers?
I would just like to say thank you to the Board of Utilities, thank you to the water staff for doing this. I know it was pretty difficult the past couple of years with the rate increase from Sonoma Water and us having a forecast that there wouldn't be that increase. But I think you guys handled it with grace and you were able to come up with something that, you know, our ratepayers hopefully can live with, and it doesn't cause too much of an issue for them. So thank you all very much for all the work.
Councilmember Fleming?
Thank you and well done.
I'll repeat the thanks of my colleagues. Let me just confirm that the message that I received today. We are keeping ourselves in the lower half of our water and wastewater rates. We are raising those rates, but that money is going to go to significantly increase capital spending, which is going to keep our water system stable for decades to come. And I think that's the main message. And folks in the community will be hearing more about that, and we'll have a chance to weigh in the near future. And as far as direction, thanks to my colleague, Councilmember Krepke, we needed to confirm how we want to move forward on Prop 218. Is that correct?
I think, and I'll defer to City Attorney's Office if they think differently, but because this is study session, if you all are telling us to move forward, that is what we need from the majority of the council, and then we will put the Prop 218 notice out, and that starts the whole process.
I'm certainly in favor of moving forward. Anyone in council think differently? All right, you've got your direction. Thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to item 5, our interviews for boards, commissions, and committees. We have a few members of the public who are here who have graciously applied to be on a couple of our committees, our Housing Authority Board in particular. Is Claudia Capio in the audience? Claudia, if you would make your way down to the podium, you'll have a chance to say a few words. Why don't you come? We can see you a little bit easier down here. Why don't you come to the podium if that works? Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Claudia, thank you again for applying. If you could take a minute just to introduce yourself and say a few words about why you put your name in for this position.
Sure. I am a new resident of Santa Rosa, your beautiful city, and I am interested in redeployment because of the potential changes that may occur in the next couple of years in Washington. So with that, I thought that my knowledge and experience in housing, I've dealt with it a lot in my career, would help make responses to those potential changes more thoughtful. And we have to be doubly and triply thoughtful, I think.
Thank you. And what would you think is the biggest challenge facing the Housing Authority currently?
Well, it all boils down to following the money. We are on, for years, Washington has been creative, but not enough money on the federal level. On the state level, there's been some great increases, and it's all making sense of that in the context of responding to real needs in the community.
Thank you. And I'll open up to my colleagues if they have any questions. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. You stated that you work with both local and state agencies. What are the largest obstacles that you've experienced having worked with both of those entities?
Well, the majority of my career was at the local level. So I was in planning and development with an aside of housing, because a lot of the projects that we pushed through were affordable housing projects. On the local level, there's always, again, the funding question, the amount of subsidy, the combination of debt, equity, and subsidy that you need in order to pull something off. So I'd say the delays were really hard because of the funding situation. The projects would be ready to go, and the funding wouldn't be quite there. At the state, my biggest challenge was when I took over the leadership of the California Housing Finance Agency. The bonds, the mortgage revenue bonds, were close to junk, and we had been deeply affected by the mortgage crisis, and we had to pull ourselves out. I thought maybe I'd pull it out, and if not, I'd close it up, and we were lucky enough that the market improved so that we were able to get ourselves out of that hole.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Councilmember McDonald?
Thank you, and thank you for your application and for your involvement in Oakmont and emergency preparedness as well. I appreciate that.
Sure.
I also wanted to just ask, could you tell us what a housing fellow at UC Berkeley, what that was? You noted it in your application.
Yes, when I first retired from Oakland, I was asked to be a fellow, which means that I would be available for consultation or assistance with people doing research, and there are a number of PhD candidates. So it was basically, I had a lot of practical on-the-ground experience, and people would call on me saying, what part of the budget should I look at, or how do you put something like an affordable housing project together? So I was of assistance to students and faculty.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any additional questions? Claudia, thank you again for putting your name forward and for spending the time to be with us today.
Thank you, Council. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, you too. Is Tua Doherty in council chambers? Tua? All right. Is Wayne Downey here? Wayne, is it easiest for you to speak at the podium? What's preferable? Then by all means, why don't you take the elevator down? Thank you, Dina, and thank you for your patience, Mr. Downey. Mr. Downey, thank you for your service on the Housing Authority, and thank you for being willing to serve again, and for spending time with us today. Would you take a few minutes to talk about your background and interest in the Housing Authority?
Yes, my background is in education, and I have a business in Santa Rosa. And in graduate school, one of my mentors asked me, beyond looking for a job, what are you going to do for your community? And I took that question very seriously, and naturally housing came to mind, because housing is it's a fundamental necessity that all people need to have, you know, irregardless of wealth or situation. And this has been something that I've had the privilege of working on for, as I said, for 8 years. In addition to that, I've gone through 2 fires, a pandemic. I've had to interact with the Department of Homeland Security, Housing and Urban Development, to name a few federal agencies spelling out specific housing needs that the city of Santa Rosa has, that we're not just a cookie-cutter community. And naturally, I wasn't afraid to approach these people and ask them specific questions, specifically FEMA, what are they going to do? And I was delighted that they were willing to engage me. Some of them were a little shocked, but I wanted to get some information that I knew was going to be difficult to get through a phone call or an email.
Thank you. And you speak with experience here, but in your experience, what's the biggest challenge facing the Housing Authority right now?
The biggest challenge is that housing in Santa Rosa is extremely fluid. In other words, you could come up with the best plans, and I've even thought I had the best of plans, and as a result of my plans, the housing challenge that we have would go away. And the reality is my best charge is to make it a little bit better for the next group of people that are going to come in and run the City of Santa Rosa Housing Authority.
Thank you. I'm looking to my colleagues for additional questions. Seeing none, well, thank you again for your service on the Housing Authority and for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager. Miles Horton. Mr. Horton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members.
We'll extend our thanks as well for putting your name forward and for taking time to be here today. Spend a minute or two to talk about your background and what makes you interested in the Housing Authority.
Yeah, thank you so much. Excuse me. So my name is Miles Horton. I work as a legislative policy and community engagement manager at Sonoma Clean Power. Prior to that, prior to moving to Santa Rosa, I actually worked in the state capitol as an aide to Assembly Speaker Rivas and Senator Scott Wiener, where I worked on a number of housing policies impacting local governments. Backing up, though, the reason I'm really passionate about housing, I hail from San Francisco originally, which is a city that's dealing with a severe housing shortage that is affecting the kind of younger generation the most. And I think I've seen the results of what, misguided policy can do, or a lack of the appropriate policy, right? So it's an issue that I'm very passionate about. I think we saw in the last election that the cost of living is just foundational to everything we do. And so I'd be excited to serve on the Housing Authority to really, I think take a pragmatic approach and just try to keep moving this city forward. I think some of the things that I bring to the table from my work, at my day job and previously in the political realm, I think I'm really able to work with all stakeholders, even when we disagree. I think I'm able to, I'm not dogmatic. I'm able to look at each issue on the merits and really keep an open mind. So, that's why I applied, and then I should say, full disclosure, I did also, this, like I said, this is my passion, so I applied for the Planning Commission and did meet with Council Member Banuelos about her vacancy there, just full disclosure.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. And I'll toss you the same question that we tossed to the other applicants. What do you think is the biggest challenge facing the Housing Authority right now?
Yeah, thanks. I think the, just at a kind of meta level, I think the biggest challenge is probably the same one it's always been, which is, the whole goal of the Housing Authority is to provide services to some of the populations that are hardest to reach and most difficult to serve, right? And so, this probably speaks to another issue. I was just in an Uber the other day, taking an Uber to the bus stop, and to go to the airport. And I was talking to the Uber driver, and he had, I don't know if he lived in Santa Rosa or not, but he had been, waiting for affordable housing for, many months, right? So in an era where, I think as one of the previous speakers mentioned, we're dealing with these natural disasters and disruptions driven by climate change, we're still coming out of a pandemic, there's all these disruptors. How do we, deal with that and then become even more effective moving forward?
Thank you. Looking to my colleagues for any additional questions. Well, we'll thank you for your time, and thank you again for putting your name forward.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Is Joseph Moriarty in council chambers? Joseph? I'll try one more time for Tua Doherty. Is Tua here? All right, well then that concludes our interviews for the Housing Authority. We'll now go to public comment. As we mentioned before, if you're in council chamber and would like to comment on this item but have not yet provided a speaker card, you can make your way to the table and then to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. And as you approach the podium, please state your name for the record if you choose to do so. Anyone in council chamber wish to make comment on item 5.1? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council, and we will move on actually to item 8. Mike, do you want one moment. Folks, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Oh, actually, no, we're not going to do that. No, hold on. I'm new at this. Give me a second. We can. All right, we are taking a 10-minute recess. Thanks, everyone. Hold on. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. It is after 4 o'clock. We're able to reconvene. Madam City Clerk, do we need to do roll call?
Yes.
All right, I think we're ready to go.
Councilmember McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Present.
Councilmember Okrepke.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Banuelos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Present.
And Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Let the record show all council members are present.
All right, well, thank you again. Now we're ready to move forward. We'll go to item 8.1, our proclamation, and I'm going to look to my council member, Caroline Banuelos, to read this proclamation for the group.
Well, it is an honor to read this proclamation. Whereas we recognize the importance of fostering inclusivity and unity with our community, and whereas it is essential to break down barriers of discomfort and fear to bridge gaps between individuals of diverse backgrounds, and whereas engaging with others and extending simple greetings can lead to greater understanding and acceptance. Now, therefore, may it be resolved that I, Mark Stapp, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, in recognition of our community, encourage all members of our community to step out of their comfort zones and take the initiative to say hello to those they perceive as different from themselves. Be it further resolved that this act of kindness and openness will contribute to a more connected, compassionate, and united community where everyone feels valued and understood. By the Mayor Stapp on this day, January 7th, 2025.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Ms. O'Leary, if you have a few words you'd like to say, why don't you step behind the podium there?
Can't go anywhere without my little barnacle, so she's here. So thank you so very much for recognizing this important day here in Santa Rosa. As a born and raised citizen who had a child who our world perceives to be as different, it is an honor to stand in front of our city council who recognizes the importance of difference and the importance of just saying hi. Common Ground Society is a nonprofit that was started out of a need in our community. We support our local families with many different family events each month. We do hospital support bags and grief support bags for our families who lose their loved ones earlier than they should. We also do presentations in the community about acceptance and inclusion and help teach our community all of the different things that I wish I had known before having my child. So this is my daughter June Bell and my son James right over there. James, you want to say hi? There he is. So thank you so much for showing our community the importance that everyone deserves to belong, and we appreciate it.
Well, the city thanks Common Ground for the advocacy that you're doing and for the different lens, the new lens that you're giving us, especially as we look at new parks in the city. Are there others from the group who wish to speak? We'll go to public comment. If there's any in the chamber who'd like to say a few words on this item, by all means, make your way to the podium. Mr. Sanders, you have the floor. Oh, Mr. Sanders is not speaking. Any other members of the group?
Thank you.
Cher, can you ask the speaker to use the handheld mic and shift to the right of the lectern so we can capture her on our video feed, please? To the right. Thank you. Stage right, stage left. Perfect. Thank you very much.
I don't know if it's, oh, now is it gone? Okay. Hi, my name's Olivia Ellis. I grew up in Sonoma County, and I've had disability my whole life. What this means is, as a kid, my parents were my advocate. trying to pave the way for the path other families who have children with disabilities are trying to travel now. Unfortunately, though, my parents had to beat down that path because resources were not as easily available as they are today. Also, it was hard for me to find a place where I fit in, and this continued into high school. And in high school, while no one was ever mean to me, instead the students' reaction to my wheelchair was just to never say anything. So it was led to me being by myself most days and feeling very isolated and alone. I can only think now that if a space like Common Ground had been around then, it would have made such a positive difference for both me and my parents. This is why I'm so thankful to be part of Common Ground now as a 30-year-old adult, and I'm very thankful to speak with you today. Lastly, I just want to say thank you for recognizing this proclamation, encouraging everyone in the community to just say hi. You really don't realize how simple and how much of an impact that can make until no one is there to say it to you. So, thank you.
Olivia, thank you so much. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Mr. Sanders has changed his mind.
Thank you. Can you hear? Yes? Happy New Year to everyone in the gallery and to the council. Congratulations on our new mayor. Thank you, Mark. Congratulations on our new vice mayor. You two both working together sort of epitomize the concept of keeping it real and getting it done. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the work that you guys do. I'm Terry Sanders. I'm here today in my capacity as the chair of the Luther Burbank Rose Parade and Festival. And I had a chance to meet Larkin through Leadership Santa Rosa, Class 40, best class ever. Thank you. And she gave me a world-class education on how important the work that Common Ground does for folks. Not just those who may be neurodiverse, but and it was interesting because we ended up working together on the Rose Parade in the festival. We had what I call a chill-out tent. I'm sure Larkin can give the more Cambridge language for that, but that's what I call it. It was a chill-out tent. And what I didn't realize was how many people use that space. Not just someone who may or may not be neurodiverse, but anyone who needed some time to decompress, find their center, and re-engage. I had one woman come to me and say, thank you so much for including this, because what it did for my family was I didn't have to have an escape plan before I showed up to the event. What I had was an ability to, when things got difficult for my child, I had a place to go. That wasn't my car and leaving the event and going home. They were able to go to the tent, ground themselves, and be right back out for the pie eating contest. So I wanted to share just a couple of other things that were reported to me in relationship to the chill-out tent. One person was saying it was really nice to have a place to change an adult diaper. Another said it was nice to have a place to change my child without having to lay them on the floor. A father-son duo came in and he noticed all the inclusive space items that we had in the tent, and he was able to realize that he could help his own anxiety in that moment. So it just taught me that, that effort served everyone, not just a small group. And we are talking about inclusion, and we talk about it as a buzz phrase, but what Common Ground does is they actually do the work. And inclusion, to my estimation, is an action item. When you are inclusive, the result is diversity. So I want to thank Larkin and Common Ground, and also announce that I'm really excited that Common Ground now sits on the organizing committee for the Rose Parade. So thank you all.
Thank you, Terry. Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, and thank you very much for having this item about belonging. Decades ago, working as a respiratory therapist with chair users, many of whom were on ventilators, we came up with the term differently abled as a way to talk about how these people are doing different things, and we don't think they're disabled per se. So it's wonderful that you've done this proclamation today, and I'd like to encourage every one of those children over there to understand that now the University of California at Berkeley actually has a department of belonging and othering, and they offer a degree in that field. So I do hope that all of you will understand that everybody in our community is a part of it if we let them be a part of it and not keep them to the side. And you know, this will probably surprise you, but it was a Republican president over 30 years ago, George Bush, the first one, HW, who passed the American Disabilities Act and brought it forward that we should be doing this, not just in our communities, but nationwide. And so when you hear people talk about, oh, they think that's something too onerous, I think they need to sit in a wheelchair themselves and power themselves around for a while and figure out how this really works. So I just wanted to say once again, thank you for doing this. Thank you for those people for coming here today, and especially to find out about the chill tent, as I'm calling it. It's a good spot for folks all the way around, and we do hope that we will do more of these types of activities, especially on Earth Day down here when the city's hosting that. Thank you kindly for your time.
Thank you, Dwayne. Any other members of the public who wish to speak? Seeing, oh, by all means, state your name. The podium is yours.
Sorry, I thought it was a thing over there. I'm Gianna Adams, and I'm president of the board of Common Ground Society, and I just wanted to stand up here and just give my gratitude for this proclamation and for the support that we've been receiving through the community, not only through the city, but through different companies, and the impact that it has had on myself and my family's situation. I have a daughter with disabilities. She's 11. She has intractable seizures and is in a wheelchair stroller type deal, and so she's got cognitive delays as well. And so there's different disabilities for different people, and finding your tribe, as you say, makes a really big impact, because you're feeling isolated a lot of times because you can't go and do certain things. She can't go out in heat, so there's a lot of activities that we can't participate in. But knowing that we can go to some of those meetups for caregivers or for families, it gives us a place to feel belonging. And then just having the community reach out to her or myself or someone in my family, it really makes us feel like we're a part of the community as much as we can. So we appreciate you.
Thank you, Jana. Thank you for your work. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? All right, we've got one final item one final task for this item, and that's to take a photo. And I think with this group, it's going to make the most sense to take it near the top of the stairs right there, if that works. The council members will come around and we'll align ourselves somewhere near the top so we can get everyone's face in. Again, thank you for coming out tonight.
Promise I'm short.
Again, thanks to Common Ground. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight. We're going to move on to item 8.2. We have a presentation from Sonoma Water, a water transmission system capital projects update. Kent, the floor is yours. All right.
I see a green, there we go, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
And my presentation's up, so great, thank you very much. So, good afternoon, Mayor Stapp and members of the council. I'm Kent Gilfie, Director of Engineering with Sonoma Water. I'm joined by a couple of my colleagues and some of Sonoma Water's leadership. Our Assistant General Manager, Brad Sherwood, over Business Services and External Affairs, is also here today in the audience, in the gallery, along with Andrea Rodriguez, our Communications Manager. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here today and to be able to present. We appreciate the city's leadership and partnership with Sonoma Water in water supply issues. Particularly want to express appreciation to Councilmember Rogers in chairing our WAC and Jennifer Burke in chairing our TAC. For those who may be in the room that may be a little less familiar with Sonoma Water and our role, we are a wholesale water supplier of some 600,000 plus residents in Sonoma and Marin counties. Our direct customers are the retail water suppliers or our water contractors, which are many of the cities and water districts that supply directly to individual homes and businesses within our service area, including Santa Rosa, of course. Our primary source of water is the Russian River, aided by 2 federally sponsored storage projects at Lake Mendocino and Lake Sonoma. We divert raw water from the river at our pumping production facilities at Wooler and Mirabel near Forestville and into our water transmission system. That'll be the focus of my presentation today. In addition to water supply, Sonoma Water operates 8 county sanitation districts and zones and provides flood management services and extensive environmental stewardship services as well. But for water supply, our primary means of coordination with our water contractors is through the WAC, the Water Advisory Committee, and the Associated Technical Advisory Committee, our TAC, consisting of elected and staff officials of each of our water contractors respectively. And the WAC meets quarterly and the TAC meets monthly. So it's this time of year that Sonoma Water is typically preparing for upcoming budget and rate discussions with the WAC and the TAC in the weeks ahead. To that end, our finance folks are currently working to compile necessary financial information to determine next year's recommended rates and to provide that information to the Tax Finance Subcommittee in a couple weeks here, mid-January, to begin those discussions. And as in past years, we do anticipate then in March timeframe to be able to present to any of our interested water contractor boards and councils some of that financial data and rate recommendations. Ahead of those discussions today, though, it's our hope that we could just take this opportunity now to share with any of the interested water conductors and boards and councils some of the Sonoma Water's current activities that we're pursuing with our water transmission system, and provide update as to status on those. So, and in the process, also highlight some of the ways that Sonoma Water's continuing efforts to maintain the reliability and resiliency of our water transmission system that is serving your community. So, again, thank you very much for the opportunity. So I'm going to touch on some of our capital improvement projects as well as some of our maintenance and planning efforts. Not covering the projects in a lot of detail, just a brief description and background and kind of status of where those are at. And I'll start with projects that are in various stages of construction or recently completed. So first, work is continuing on rehabilitating our 3 production wells in the Santa Rosa Plain. These wells are not routinely used in our system except in times of special need, such as during a drought. However, due to some changed regulatory requirements associated with chlorine contact time, these wells were not in production ahead of the last drought, and we did find ourselves needing to rehabilitate them. So we were able to get the Todd Road well back in production during the drought, and at that same time we also were able to secure a $6.9 million drought resiliency grant to help rehabilitate the other 2 wells. So, but rehabilitate them not only just for production purposes, but also to include the capability to recharge groundwater with those wells as part of a future proposed aquifer storage and recovery program to be able to store available winter water for later use. So at Occidental Road well, we have completed the installation of a new well at that site. It's intended to improve the water quality issues and sanding conditions compared to that of the existing well. The design, however, for the topside elements of that, for the pumping, the associated pumping and piping, the electrical instrumentation and controls, that is currently out for advertisement for construction, and that bid's actually a week from today for construction commencing in 2025. The second part of that, the Sebastopol Road well, that project is further along. This project is under construction. We did complete a portion of the construction under the emergency contractor during the under emergency contracting during the drought proclamation until the drought emergency ended, and then we had to step back and prepare complete engineering and contract documents to bid the remaining work. We did lose a month or 2, unfortunately, this summer due to a damaged existing valve on the aqueduct turnout, and that required an urgent and unplanned shutdown of the 48-inch aqueduct. So we did lose a couple months. So now we find ourselves wrangling against the weather to try to keep the project on schedule. But currently we still do expect by next summer to have the production capabilities of that well ready and to be commencing the pilot testing for the aquifer storage and recovery permitting that'll be necessary. Most recently, we did receive some guidance from the State Water Board on how to seek the water rights necessary to seek permitting for aquifer storage and recovery purposes. So that's really helpful. And we do appreciate the city's role in helping us navigate and acquire a temporary construction easement and connection and use of the city's recycled water line for the purposes of that project. So one of our more significant projects or programs is our tank rehabilitation program that's currently underway. It's a 10-year, $80 million program addressing some long overdue recoding of our 18 storage tanks that are within our water transmission system, representing some 128 million gallons of storage. With this project, we are also replacing associated cathodic protection systems, evaluating seismic conditions on those tanks, and making other minor modifications as needed. The Castagna tank is a 12 million gallon tank at the southernmost portion of our system. It's in southern Petaluma. We recently completed that one and returned it to service in September. This tank was particularly satisfying for us to complete as it did represent the removal of our last coal tar lined tank in our system. This is now interior lined with an epoxy coating. Under that same contract, we also most recently completed the rehabilitation of our 6 million gallon Katati 1 tank that is now back in service as of November. One of the two largest tanks in our system is our Cotati 3 tank. It is an 18 million gallon, it's 18 million gallons in capacity. We did recently open bids on that contract, and we expect to award that also next week, and expect to have it out of service for much of 2025 for recoating purposes. So in addition to the interior and exterior coating work, the replacement of cathodic protection at those tanks, and other minor appurtenance modifications such as ladders and vents and overflows, we'll be retrofitting the foundation of this tank as we found it to address a seismic deficiency with the tank. We have found it to be loaded eccentrically on the foundation, so we'll be widening that foundation. That's what that detail up there on that slide is showing. It is incidental work for this relative to the recoat work, but it is a rather large tank with a diameter nearly the length of a football field at 280 feet. So it is fairly significant incidental work to this recoating project. So moving off tanks and wells, talk more about our aqueduct cathodic protection. Our aqueducts were constructed many decades ago with passive cathodic protection systems or corrosion protection systems. Those have reached the end of their life, and we are replacing them with an impressed current system, installing rectifiers along the system to impart a small current to prevent corrosion. Following some prior cathodic protection corrosion conversions on our Sonoma and Petaluma aqueducts, we are currently advancing efforts for the Santa Rosa aqueduct and our Russian River Cotati intertie. We've split that effort into two phases, with the smaller phase 1 targeted to advertise originally in February. It looks like it might be March now, and phase 2 a year later, with the phase 2 sites having more significant right-of-way and permitting efforts associated with them. Do appreciate also the city's coordination with us on right-of-way and encroachment permits for that project. At our Wilford Booster Station, it's located along the Petaluma Aqueduct in Rohnert Park. We are updating the outdated electrical equipment, addressing seismic vulnerabilities, and installing a redundant pump set for resiliency at that site. While this pump station, when it's normally operated, would generally pumps to the southern portion of our system, it does have a unique and vital role in being our only pump station that also allows us to pump north into the Santa Rosa area from the south. This has been essential for us under certain conditions, such as when we've had portions of the aqueduct shut down for construction or repair purposes. So it's a valued facility in that regard. For this project, we have pre-purchased equipment in June of this year, and this project is scheduled to advertise in May for construction. One slide that I do not have is for our Eli booster pump station. It's been under contract for construction for more than 2 years, but we have not been able to break ground on that project yet due to procurement of electrical gear and delays associated therewith. We are now expecting that electrical gear to arrive this spring. It is a FEMA-funded resiliency project to replace electrical gear and protect it from flooding near Eli Road in the Pengrove, Petaluma area. And I mentioned this project primarily only to highlight one of the challenges that we, and I imagine others of our water contractors continue to face in procuring electrical gear. So some supply chain challenges still remain for some equipment, and particularly that electrical gear. And it's not the only project that has suffered that fate. So some of the other capital projects that are in design include our Bennett Valley Fault Crossing, where our Sonoma Aqueduct and our Oakmont Pipeline traverse the Bennett Valley Fault Zone along Montgomery Drive near Spring Lake. The images up here on this slide just show the general location there along Montgomery Drive at the base of the main dam of Spring Lake, along with a cross-section there, a geophysical cross-section that depicts the fault traces that this project would traverse. So another means by which we've been addressing seismic resiliency in the water transmission systems by retrofitting aqueducts at vulnerable fault and stream crossings, such as where we've completed recent projects, the Rogers Creek Fault Crossing down in Sonoma Avenue here, as well as more recently the Russian River Crossing and our Mark West Creek Crossing projects. We received FEMA funding for all 3 of those projects to get those done. The Bennett Valley Fault Crossing is currently at a 30% design with the intent to advertise that construction. At such point, we're on target to be able to advertise it this summer. We think at this point we're going to try to delay that to see if we can find some FEMA funding to help with the construction costs. We've also recently completed a feasibility study looking to address our outdated chlorine and pH treatment systems with a modernization project. So we are kicking off the design of a multi-phased water treatment system modernization project to implement upgrades necessitated by the aging infrastructure and some operational and infrastructure changes over the years that have occurred at our Wohler Mirabel site. These are our pumping production facilities along the river, as well as some newer regulatory compliance requirements and also to address the safety of us in converting from chlorine gas to a hypochlorite. And in tandem with that, we will be addressing the high vulnerability we have on our 12 kV electric system that powers all our pumping facilities there that are vulnerable both to fire, flood, and seismic conditions out there. So this is a significant project for us in both scope and cost, constructing new sodium hypochlorite facilities both at Wohler and at Mirabel, as well as a new hypochlorite facility and pH control facility at our River Road facility and associated electrical redundancy issues. We have offered tours to many folks and boards and councils in the past at some of these facilities out there. You may have observed, if you've participated in those, observed some of our dated systems out there, some of them being built as long ago as the early 50s, and some of the challenges associated therewith. That would certainly remain as a standing offer to any council members that may wish to participate in a tour such as that of those facilities. Your system is heavily reliant on our water, our ability to provide that water. With that, I'll mention here this next project is the Wohler Demuth project. It's a new emergency inventory storage facility to address inventory deficiencies for equipment and supplies that are needed to support emergency repairs following damage from major hazard events such as an earthquake, possibly a flood, fire. This project is intended more directly to be responsive to the related recommendations of the 2018-2019 grand jury report, Will There Be Water After an Earthquake, that Sonoma Water, along with all the water contractors, responded to. Design for this project is targeted, has been initiated and targeting summer of 26 for advertisement of that project. Phase one of our Kewanee-Ralphine-Sonoma Booster Station pipeline represents a small northern portion of our larger Kewanee-Ralphine SPS pipeline. It goes from our Kewanee tank in southwest Santa Rosa to our Ralphine tanks in Spring Lake. Phase one will just replace the existing portion, the existing aqueduct between the Ralphine tanks at Spring Lake and the Sonoma Booster Station, which is also near Spring Lake. It's only a couple thousand feet of pipe, but this phase is being advanced ahead of the larger pipeline project to address vulnerabilities of this 66-year-old pipe that crosses beneath a portion of Spring Lake and also is very deeply buried below a portion of the main dam of Spring Lake. This is also being looked at concurrent with other planning efforts that we're engaged in rehabilitation of the Central Sonoma Watershed Project, of which Spring Lake, Matanzas Reservoir, and other reservoirs are a part, as a flood control project, and looking at those for seismic and hydraulic performance issues, and trying to plan those efforts together. Phase two of the larger pipeline project is still several years out, but we did just recently acquire a significant portion of the needed right-of-way by way of easement for that second phase, partnering with the city as part of the Southeast Greenway acquisition that recently closed. We certainly appreciate the city's work with us on that easement and commend the city and the Greenway partnership on the acquisition of that former Caltrans right-of-way. On the main, was I advancing slides inadvertently? If I was, I apologize. Okay. On the maintenance side of things, back to tanks briefly, we have been completing washout inspections of our tanks, including complete draining and cleaning of the tanks, along with other minor repairs as needed. So in addition to the general maintenance benefits of this work, they're also beneficial for helping us identify the appropriate prioritization and scheduling of the tanks for that bigger tank rehabilitation program that I spoke to earlier. So over the last couple of years, we've completed 9 tanks shown in the first few bullets here. Currently, our Kewanna 1 tank is out of service, but returning to service very soon, I think in the days ahead here. And our Katati 2 tank is now out of service for that purpose. So this summary just shows quickly that the various tasks that have been completed under that maintenance plan for the last 2 fiscal years, they're in the first 2 columns, and those tasks that are planned in blue there for the current and future fiscal years. On the planning front, we are in the process of developing a comprehensive master plan for the water transmission system. It is a multi-year effort, and our consultant, Carollo Engineers, has completed the first task, looking at baseline conditions, evaluating facility information, looking at water supply agreements, condition assessments, long-range financial plans, and capital improvement plans. In the current fiscal year, we'll be working with the water contractors and looking at water demand projections. Our consultant will also be developing basis of cost information and project prioritization methodology. Actual project identification and development will be the focus of next fiscal year. Other currently active planning efforts will also be used to inform the plan. One of those is our current seismic resilience planning with our consultant Infraterra, assessing service interruption potential and the various mitigation needs and strategies in our aqueducts, our storage facilities, and our collector wells. That study recently completed more than 50 geotechnical cone penetration tests across our aqueduct system to try to better understand the potential damaging effects of liquefaction arising from a major earthquake and where that could most likely occur. The master plan will also incorporate applicable recommended actions that are coming out of the regional resiliency study that is wrapping up with Jacobs Engineering, and we're moving into implementation mode on, and that's been assessing the resiliency of our combined systems of all the water contractors and our system as a regional system in view of an array of hazards that could threaten water supply. So the comprehensive master plan is scheduled to be completed in fiscal year 26-27 and is intended to be able to help us better identify project needs of our infrastructure into the future. And this effort is, along with the various projects I've been discussing, is very much in line with our planning and infrastructure goal of Sonoma Water's current strategic plan. And lastly, I just want to report out that we did recently receive Department of Drinking Water's findings in October from a comprehensive 2-day sanitary survey inspection of our water supply infrastructure that was conducted in late September, wherein 10 DDW, Department of Drinking Water staff members, along with our staff, inspected an array of our facilities, including our operations room, our SCADA systems, all 6 of our collector wells, all 18 of our storage tanks, our disinfection and corrosion facilities, our Todd Road well, and 2 booster pump stations. And we were pleased to see no deficiency findings in the areas of pumps, system management and operation, monitoring and reporting, or operator compliance with state requirements. And there were only a few minor deficiencies findings on a few of the items shown here in the second to the last bullet that we will be addressing. So we viewed that as a favorable, good report. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I'll bring it back to the council for questions. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I do have a couple of questions. Do you know approximately, let me start over, sorry about that. When I added up the rate increase from Sonoma Water for the last 2 years, it equaled 20.44% from Sonoma Water. And I understand that you give us a budget for 1 year at a time for City of Santa Rosa for our ratepayers. Do you have any plans to increase that so that we understand the amount of increase to your rate more than 1 year at a time?
I don't think we'd necessarily be opposed to the concept. Under the current restructured agreement, I think we'd have limitations in our ability to do that. So I don't think that would be off the table for considering. I think our current structure would make that difficult.
Would you be willing to change your current structure so that we would be able to project further for the city of Santa Rosa ratepayers?
I believe that would get into the restructured agreement, which Sonoma Water is open to opening.
Great. Of that 20.44%, do you have any idea in your budget how much that brings into your budget or your overall? I know it takes 40% of our money to of our water bills go to you guys, but do you have any idea how much comes in from City of Santa Rosa ratepayers?
I'm afraid I do not have that information at my
That'd be helpful,
ready.
I think, for us to know. And then any idea how much we're spending on infrastructure projects that directly impact Santa Rosa water users?
Yeah, I've mentioned a number of the projects that do involve. I mean, a number of the ones that I did mention are in the Santa Rosa area, and even some of the ones that aren't in the Santa Rosa area, to the extent that they're benefiting the reliability of the overall system. It's
One, I'd like to say thanks for bringing what you're doing in capital improvement projects so that we have an idea. But I think for me in the future, if you could consider putting what we're doing directly in the city of Santa Rosa so that our ratepayers who are paying this increase each year know what is directly affecting them as far as the program improvements that you're doing or the capital improvements that you're doing. And the reason I say all this is a lot of times it feels a little bit like we're a donor city, sort of like the IRS does to the state of California. We continue to give a lot of money and not maybe get as much back as we should on our infrastructure. Not that all the other infrastructure isn't important and water isn't important in the entire county, but I think it's important for us to be able to tell our ratepayers who are paying 40% of their water bill to Sonoma Water what exactly we're doing with that money. And as far as that goes, if you could share a 5-year CIP plan with us as well, I think that would be something that helps us know where we need to focus our infrastructure. Do you have any plans to do like longer range? I know you're working on a master plan right now. That was helpful to see, but do you have any strategic long-term CIP plans?
Yeah, thank you. Sonoma Water does issue a CIP on an annual basis. We do that in coordination with the county for all our core function areas. Specific to the water transmission system, we do provide the Budget Finance Subcommittee every year the long-range financial plan that lays out what projects we have a vision for at that time. The 5-year vision is pretty well populated. It's kind of that longer range vision that we're really more wrestling with, and that we expect that the water transmission, that the master plan that we develop will help us to better project.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate, sorry to hammer you with some of these questions, but I think it's important when we do see such a high increase in the rate of 20% over the last 2 years, and that city of Santa Rosa ratepayers have an understanding of what's going on with their money that they're sending to you.
Understood. I appreciate the feedback too. We'd commend all the water users. It is the hard part of it. I know that we hear regularly. The hard part of it is that we ask people to conserve water, and people are doing a great job doing that. And yet that translates to reduced revenues for us, which leaves us challenged to meet certain fixed costs that we incur. And one of the difficulties, particularly with the restructured agreement, the way it is right now, is that we are compensated to cover those costs on a fully volumetric basis. So the more we can serve, the higher that rate has to be to cover those certain costs.
Yeah, it seems weird, right?
Yeah, we would love to
we tell people to cut water, and then we charge them more for not using enough water. So it's backwards.
We would love to reconsider that.
Thank you so much. And then my last question is, do you share with the city of Santa Rosa, your budget to actuals or your budget to cost projections?
Yes, on an annual basis, and you should see, sorry, I think we're typically presenting in front of Santa Rosa before your board on an annual basis when the budget and the rate increases come around. And we do typically show what our budgets and our actuals are in those presentations.
Budget to actual can be different than budget to cost too, as far as the water rates go. So I'm just curious. I mean, it sounds like budget to actuals, if that's sufficient for the water department. I think I just would like to make sure that we're getting the actual cost of what things are costing us.
Yeah, that's what I'm intending to say by the actuals, the cost we've actually incurred to date on a project.
Okay. I'm probably not saying it well, so I apologize for that.
No.
I think that's all my questions, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll open it up to public comment. Is there anyone in the chamber who would like to make public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for any final comments. I'll make just a couple of remarks. I like the fact that we're again focusing on infrastructure here. We heard it from the city's presentation earlier. Now we're hearing it from the county. We know it's a county-wide story that we underinvested in our infrastructure maintenance for decades, and now it seems like we're turning the tide on that. Thank you for letting the city of Santa Rosa give Sonoma Water a hard time. It's kind of a sport for us. Jennifer Burke has trained us well. And Grant Davis would be very proud of the way that you slipped in the offer to renegotiate volumetric pricing. So I'll compliment him on your behalf. And with that, thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you.
Oops, apologies. We do have one comment. Councilmember Rogers.
I just wanted to say thank you very much for being here, but also just pointing out, like, when we make amendments and changes to the agreement, that it would be nice if we were able to be present when those amendments were made, not informed after the decisions have been made.
I would absolutely agree with you. Concerning to me, what concerns you on that would happen? So
we can definitely talk.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks again. And with that, we'll move on to item 9.1. Madam City Manager.
I have no update. Oh, hold on. Staff briefings. Item 9.1 is the Community Empowerment Plan update.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm Ana Horta, Community Engagement Manager with Communications and Intergovernmental Relations Office, and I will be presenting the Community Empowerment Plan update. On January 22nd, join members of the Santa Rosa Police Department as they discuss community safety through innovation, modern policing initiatives, and consider the possibility of the drone as first responder program. The meeting will be held at the Utilities Field Operation Building, 35 Stony Point Road, from 6 to 8 p.m. On January 27th, the City of Santa Rosa will be hosting a community meeting at Finley Center Auditorium, 2060 West College Avenue, starting at 6 p.m. The meeting will offer a valuable opportunity for the community to share feedback and connect with the newly appointed mayor and vice mayor on a number of topics, including budget priorities as Council prepares for its upcoming goal setting and update discussions. During the month of January, Santa Rosa's Fire Department, EMS Division, and Community Outreach, in collaboration with Santa Rosa City Middle Schools, Heart Safe Community, and Safe Lives Sonoma, will be hosting a series of hands-on CPR and AED classes for 7th graders. For more information about the program, please email the EMS Division Chief Matthew Glockner at mglockner@srcity.org. That concludes the Community Empowerment Plan update for January. Thank you.
Thank you, Ana. Any questions or comments from council? We'll open it up to public comment. Mr. DeWitt, you have 3 minutes.
I hope that all of you saw the article in the newspaper about daylighting, the state law that's now come into effect to make safety at intersections and road corners throughout the city. I have a wonderful idea for community empowerment. How about a red curb patrol where we go paint red curbs starting over in Roseland? This would be a wonderful thing to do without you having to spend any money except for the red paint. And we could get out there and start making those corners safe, especially near the schools. We have 4 major schools in Roseland now. We have thousands more people there than in the day I was growing up. And people now are very dangerous when they drive, especially when they get to the corner. They don't even bother to stop a lot of times. So if we could at least daylight those corners, those intersections, as the state law now says we're supposed to be doing, and have that be a community empowerment effort. Have it be something where we come together with the community, with our council member, maybe the mayor, anybody else who wants to come along. I know I can sling a paintbrush, and we could be out there doing this and getting this done if you folks will just give us the go-ahead, as it's called, and some red paint. We can actually get some. Back in the day, we used to have the Roseland Paint Store donate the paint to us, and we would go in over the paint graffiti on the fences. So the graffiti abatement program came along, Roseland Paint Store's not around. We could be doing this stuff. Let's let community empowerment actually start right now. Come alive in 2025, starting in Roseland, painting the curbs red. I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember the old term, paint the city red, going out to paint the town red. Old folks used to say that back in the day, and Roseland had 11 bars along Sebastopol Road back in the day. It was the funnest part of town, but now they're all gone. So let's make fun with painting the curbs on the corners, the red daylighting intersection. If you haven't seen the law, go ahead and look it up on the internet, California daylighting law at intersections. I wholeheartedly volunteer right here publicly, so I brought it up, and I'll let my actions speak louder than my words. Thank you kindly for community empowerment.
Thank you, Dwayne. Any other members of the public wish to speak? Then we'll move on to item 10, city managers and city attorneys reports. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no updates this evening.
Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I also have no update this evening.
Thank you both. Item 11, statements of abstention or recusal by council members. Are there any statements of abstention or recusal tonight? Seeing none, we move on to item 12, item 12.1, mayors and council members' reports. Are there any members of council who'd like to make a report this evening? Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. I went to the Sinead EIR scoping meeting last night. I want to thank the community members for coming out and sharing their perspectives on the Woodlands at Sinead project, as well as our staff for doing an excellent job of conducting what was a challenging meeting. Thank you. I'm going to be appointing Matt Milan to the Board of Public Utilities, and I'm going to be appointing Derek Knowles to the Community Advisory Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Just 2 quick appointments for me tonight. I'd like to reappoint Terry Sanders to the Planning Commission and thank him for his last 2 years of service, and thank you for being willing to take on another 4 years in that role. So thank you to Terry Sanders for continuing his work, and I'd like to reappoint Andrea Rodriguez to the Community Advisory Board as well.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to report out that I did attend a graduation from our trades unions. Over 28 individuals celebrated graduating the program and moving on to their new career and getting experience. And for me, it was significant because I could see the change that's happening within our community, coming from a strong labor force community, really empowering not only themselves but generational betterment. That their children will actually have that foundation, that experience before them. So that was really good to see. So I definitely want to congratulate all the labor folks, Michael Allen, Jack Buckhorn, Lee, and all the teachers out there for really just making our community better. So hire local is what I want to end that with. Also, I did attend, actually, Mayor, you attended it as well. In our Core Square, we had El Dia de los Reyes Magos, which is the wise men. And this is the day that in Latin America, we give toys to our children. And it was great to see the community, as cold as it was, coming out dancing until probably like right before curfew, I'll say that. And it was also great, and I don't know this to be history or facts, but in my recollection, it's the first time that I've ever seen a piñata in a courthouse square. And not only was there one, but I believe there was 3 total. And it was great to see the children out there and the songs being sung and people being brought to tears, saying, this is what reminds me of my hometown. And for it to be welcomed in the heart of Santa Rosa was spectacular to see. And that's it. I'll end it with that. Thank you.
Thank you again, Vice Mayor, for helping to make that event possible. Any other council member reports? All right, we're going to move on to item 12.2, our board, commission, and committee appointments. We have the opportunity to appoint members to 2 different committees and boards tonight. We have one that's fairly straightforward, and I'm going to look to Council Member Fleming for a Board of Building Regulation Appeals appointment.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. I'll move to appoint David Cooper and Craig Lawson, both incumbents, for reappointment.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Can we call for a vote? I'm sorry, we need to do some public comment first. Any members of the public wish to comment on item 12.2.1? Is that a yes, Greg? All right, do you want to make your way to the podium? All right. Well, with that, can we call for the vote?
Thank you, Mayor Stepp. Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stepp?
Aye.
Let the record show that passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now we have the chance to appoint two individuals to vacancies on the Housing Authority. We heard interviews earlier this evening. I will look to my colleagues for a motion on this item. Oh, we have multiple motions. Councilmember Fleming.
I thought that all of the people who came before us and interviewed were really talented. And as Mr. Horton is looking for a position on the Planning Commission, I thought it would be appropriate to nominate Capio and Downey.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. We can take public comment on this item. Any members of the public wish to speak? Then we'll call for the vote. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stepp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move on to items 13.1, 13.2, and 13.3. These are the approval of 3 different sets of minutes. Are there any adjustments to the minutes from fellow council members? Council Member Rogers, Mayor Emeritus Rogers.
Just one adjustment. December 17th, 18.3, Andre's name is spelled A-U-N-D-R-A-Y, not A-N-D-R-E.
Excellent catch. We can make that adjustment.
They will be approved as as amended when you make the statement. And yes, I will amend.
Thank you. Any other, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, I just think that we have a council member that would like to speak on this item before you take any
apologies. Councilmember Benuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to let everyone know that I'll be abstaining on 13.1 and 13.2.
Thank you. We're glad you're with us now, though. Councilmember McDonald.
And I will be abstaining from 13.1 due to being absent.
Thank you. Any other abstentions or edits on these minutes? All right. With the edits noted, are we able to approve the minutes? And let's take public comment on the minutes. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? All right, then we will adopt the minutes with the amendments noted. And move on to item 14. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Item 14.1, resolution appropriation of the additional cell tower lease revenues for the Help to Others program. Item 14.2, resolution approval 8th Amendment to General Services Agreement number F001852, Smile Business Products Incorporated. Item 14.3, resolution agreement with Remix Technologies LLC for transit scheduling and planning software. Item 14.4 has been continued to a date uncertain and will not be voted upon tonight.
Thank you. Any public comment on the consent items?
Yes, sir.
Mr. DeWitt?
Hello, Dwayne DeWitt from Roseland. I am so glad you folks let us ride the bus for free. Old folks get to get on that bus and we get to ride it, but one of the drawbacks is the scheduling changes. And I see here you're going to spend some money with some folks for 5 years into the future, and you've got this idea about how to do stuff. How about simplifying it by stop making so many changes to the schedule? I mean, it's just stunning to some of the people that use the buses out there at the Southwest Transit Center, as you call it, there at Southwest Community Park. Get a set schedule. It used to be on the half hour. You knew to get there, boom, you get on the bus and away you go every half hour. Things get changed up. You got the system where you don't even put up a schedule at the bus stop. And so people who aren't from around there don't know how to find that information. So you got to use the little phone approach. And then you put out a printed schedule every time you make changes. So let's save some money. Let's talk with these guys and say, hey, look, let's make a plan and stick with it for 5 years. So we don't have to do this over and over. It's not. I should clarify, not a lot of people ride the bus. Let's get real about it, okay? I ride it because it's the easier way to get into town, inexpensively to get to other situations. Most folks that I see out there where I live, they're using cars. And that bus runs by my house, in and out, day in, day out, almost empty. If you can get 4 or 5 people on a bus, that would be a really good thing. You've put a lot of effort forward on the public transit. I think, unfortunately, the federal government, the new administration that's going to come in, they're not going to be as friendly towards this. They used to call it smart growth. They used to call it transit-oriented development, a lot of things like that. I think these new oligarchs and plutocrats that are going to take over at the federal level are basically going to rain on the parade and make it more difficult to get the funding, especially for the folks that are older. And just need you to look at this as frugally as possible, prudently, and have some hard-headed fiscal oversight and say, okay, we're giving these people hundreds of thousands of dollars for 5 years in the future for something that doesn't need to be changed that much. Thank you kindly for your time.
Thank you, Dwayne. Any other public comment on item 14? Any final questions or comments from council? And Vice Mayor Alvarez, I think we're ready for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move items 14.1, 14.2, 14.3 with exclusion of 14.4 as it has been removed from the calendar and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, we're ready for the vote.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. We'll move on to item 15. This is the first public comment on non-agenda matters. If there is any member of the public in council chambers who wishes to speak, you can make your way to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Good New Year to you all. Thank you so much, all of you, for volunteering for these positions, and to the city manager, the city attorney, the clerk, all the good folks that are doing all the good things that you do. I want everything to be wonderful this year, especially for the assistant city managers, all the department heads, all the folks that are going to have to deal with the fact we're going to go into headwinds. Those headwinds are going to come from a new federal administration that's going to be a little bit, one might say, less than accommodating to the way we here in Sonoma County look at our approaches to life. Last meeting that I was here, I was really excited because I was thinking we were going to have the very first historic mayor of Santa Rosa from Roseland. We didn't get it, though. But I'm a never say die guy, and I hope you're the same way, Mr. Alvarez, and you'll come back and you'll be the next mayor of Santa Rosa, because Roseland deserves to have a mayor sometime. I'd like to see it in my lifetime, so we got another 30 years, but I'm getting a bit impatient. Okay, you know, I got to thinking how we can bring some more money to you folks, and it does fit in with something you're already doing. Earlier, the man from the county was talking about water, and he said, you know, we got that partnership with the Southeast Greenway folks. I think you need to make a partnership with the Southwest Greenway also. That Roseland Creek Greenway that we've been working on for decades could actually get funding, even though we know the federal government is going to try to end perhaps the US EPA and other agencies. There's going to be funding out there, and if you follow that same model you used with the folks from the Southeast Greenway and did a partnership, you could get the funding for the Southwest Greenway to go forward. You're building a lot of houses out there, not you per se, but the developers with your permission, and houses are being built within like 300 feet of that Roseland Creek Greenway that we've been waiting for decades. And I heard tell from somebody that, you know what? The parks fees for that development won't be specifically directed towards that Southwest Greenway over there. They go into a pot and could be used all over the city. We used to have a dedicated impact fee for the Southwest redevelopment that was going on. They called it the Southwest Area Plan, the Southwest fees. And then the former mayor before this last one, Miss Rogers, that other Rogers, he basically pulled the carpet out from under us and said, no, we're going to change that up, and you can't use those fees over there in that Southwest area. We need that. We are struggling over there. Overpopulated, the roads overused, and the infrastructure falling apart. So, Southwest Greenway Partnership, here we come. Thank you kindly.
Thanks, Dwayne. Any other members of the public in council chambers wish to speak? Excellent. The podium is yours.
Janice Carmen, City of Santa Rosa. I would like to see a drone go over all of Santa Rosa and map Santa Rosa by drone so that you could see what is there, because we've lost so much with at least 2 fires. I've kind of lost track at this point. I didn't lose everything myself, but I was evacuated twice, spent 2 weeks in a shelter. And I have a project going on right now that I've had a lot of difficulty with. It's not my project. but it's a project that I came home to after vacation, and it was clear, the people were clear cutting the trees, and it was 2 acres at that point. Today, they're cutting more trees, and I was going to go see planning. I don't want to be a nag about things, but I don't see a lot of inspection going on or follow-up. And this is the point, that the people that are doing this, they have had consistently 4 to 5 cars parked at their property, a one-house, single residential property on a 1-block street. They're now supposed to be building 3 houses, and I'm very concerned because it's been a quiet street. It's been a lovely area to live in. That was a habitat for deer, raccoons, foxes, etc. There doesn't seem to have been an EIR, but I'm unclear about it. And the traffic problem is enormous. And during the time, in fact, I missed a city meeting that I was supposed to go to while I was running for city council because I couldn't get out of my driveway. And I'd gone shopping, I'd bought clothes, etc. They are always, in the street with the equipment, and things that I was willing to look over, but it was reaching the point where they were going over this metal that was meeting in the center, was supposed to be having asphalt on it, and it was bouncing and making our house vibrate, and the doctor next to me complained about the same thing. So these things are getting overlooked, and the people should not be expected to let their peace and their solace and their enjoyment of life be interfered with in this dramatic way. And the cars, I'm very concerned with 3 houses going up in this small area. How many cars are they going to have? Up at the top of the block, they have 4 or 5, and at the bottom of the block in the house they have down there, they have at least 3 that I see, plus they rent some kind of a trailer and put one of these desert things on it. So I'm just saying that I'm looking here at accessory dwelling, dense...
Thank you, Janice. Any other members of the public in council chamber wish to speak? Seeing none, we are going to hold on item 16 for the moment and move on to item 17, our public hearing. This is in regard to the state legislation zoning code text amendment. Monet, are you ready? Thank you all. Come on down.
While staff gets ready to present their presentation, if you take a look at the staff report and presentation, I think Monet did an excellent job making a very cumbersome topic very easy to understand. So just want to say thank you for a job well done.
I'll second that.
The whole team.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith, and good afternoon, Mayor and members of the Council. The item before you today is a state legislation, zoning code text amendment to incorporate some recent legislation into our zoning code. So, as you may know, each year state introduces new planning and zoning laws, and we have to incorporate those laws into our zoning ordinance to stay consistent with this law. Some of the laws that we are incorporating into our zoning code today include density bonus, zoning and general plan consistency, shared parking, and accessory dwelling units. And we are also proposing an optional modification to our accessory dwelling units to regulate the number of accessory dwelling units that are allowed on properties that are created through Senate Bill number 9. And here are the Senate bills that we are going to go over them today. I will give you a brief summary of each of these bills. Okay, so there are 3 ADU bills that have been passed and they are in effect as of January of this year. The first bill permanently removes the owner occupancy deed restriction. Years ago, the law required that if you have a single family home and you have accessory dwelling unit, one of those units need to be occupied by the owner. With this bill, this requirement is being eliminated. And the second bill requires that it extends the existing unpermitted ADUs to continue with the permit process and become legalized. And this bill basically prohibits local agencies from denying an ADU permit unless the violation is one of the violation that has been in a specific section from the Health and Safety Code. And the last bill for ADUs is related to accessory dwelling units. This bill allows up to 8 accessory dwelling units for properties that have multifamily residential. In the past, it was only for 2 units, but this new one allows up to 8 units. But also this 8 units depends. If your property only has 5 units, you can only have up to 5 accessory dwelling units. And also, this bill eliminates the requirement to replace the uncovered parking space if those uncovered parking spaces are being used for creation of new ADUs. And here we have 2 new bills that have been effective since last year. They are related to density bonus. This law has been in effect since 1970s, and basically the goal of this law was to promote creation of affordable housing. So if a developer wanted to have more units on the lot where they are restricted by the number of density allows per the general plan land use, the developer can provide affordable housing and get additional units. But in exchange, those units, affordable units, need to be deed restricted. So these 2 new laws in effect made some minor changes or revisions to some of the definitions in the state law, in the definitions. And one of them basically provides additional options to qualify for 100% density bonus. So as of this year, if a project gets submitted for affordable housing, it does not require to be 100% affordable to meet for or qualify for the 100% density. And last two bills are related to shared parking. Our current zoning code already allows for shared parking, but only for few circumstances. With this new law, there are more circumstances where the city can allow shared parking and through a shared parking agreement. So if an applicant submit application with a traffic study prepared by a professional, the city can allow for shared parking through a minor conditional use permit, where this agreement can get recorded against the property for sharing the parking. And the second bill is related to general plan and zoning consistency. As we know, the general plan is a long-range policy for future developments throughout the city, and it guides all the developments within the city. If there is a project that is inconsistent with the general plan, but consistent with the zoning code, the general plan rules over this project. So this bill basically wants to ensure that when application gets submitted and it consists with the overall vision of the general plan, the city should process the application, regardless of the inconsistency in the zoning. And I'm going to hand to Amy Nicholson the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shekhali, and good evening, Mayor Stapp and members of the council. I'm going to walk through a few slides which discuss an optional amendment to the city's accessory dwelling unit ordinance, and this is based on Senate Bill 9, which is a bill that's been effective since January of 2022. So during that period of time, city staff has processed numerous Senate Bill 9 applications, and the recommendation before you is based on that experience. So just a little bit of background on Senate Bill 9. This is really to allow for additional development within single-family neighborhoods. It does this in 2 ways. One is to allow a 2-lot subdivision, also called an urban lot split, and the other is to allow for the construction of 2 primary units on a lot, and this is also called a 2-unit development. Pursuant to this law, local governments are required to approve these projects that meet the city's objective standards, and there are no public hearings as a part of this process. So on the slide here, you can see a few different examples or configurations of what a property owner may propose and have approved under this Senate bill. Someone has the option to just do one or the other, but they can also do both. And so in cases where a property owner develops under both provisions of Senate Bill 9, they would be able to have a total of 4 primary units and up to 6 accessory dwelling unit and junior accessory dwelling units for a total of 10 units on a single family lot. So the amended language before you is to limit or prohibit the construction of accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units in cases where a property owner is taking advantage of both of these sections of Senate Bill 9. So when 4 units are on a single family lot, there would be limitations regarding the number of ADUs and JADUs that would be allowed. This is being recommended, again, based on staff's experience working with the community as well as processing these applications. And we are recommending this amendment to really mitigate safety and logistical challenges. I will add that we also have Fire Marshal Paul Lowenthal present as well, so we can certainly go to him with any questions. But the graphic here on the slide is showing the wildland urban interface areas of the city where staff is recommending no ADUs or JADUs if a property owner constructs 4 units under Senate Bill 9. And then this limitation or prohibition would also apply outside of the wildland urban interface in cases where streets do not meet a minimum street width to alleviate concerns related to available parking and emergency vehicle access. In cases where properties develop under both sections of Senate Bill 9, but the street is of adequate width and it's outside of the wildland urban interface, staff is recommending to limit the property to 1 ADU and 1 JADU. So that would be 1 less ADU than would typically be allowed under state law. And I realize I just said a lot of numbers, and so this slide here shows a variety of different options that the council might wish to consider. Each of these options is consistent with state law, and so I'm going to read from page 8 of the staff report just to go through these options and be really clear about what the results would be. And then at the conclusion of this presentation, we're happy to pull back up this slide and talk this through further. So the first is staff's recommendation, which would be to permit up to 1 ADU and 1 JADU on properties developed under both provisions of Senate Bill 9, but only outside of the wildland urban interface and in cases when minimum street width requirements are met. This option would allow up to 8 residential units, 4 of which are ADUs and JADUs on single family lots outside of the wildland urban interface and with adequate street width, and up to 4 residential units otherwise. The second option is essentially what's in place now because the city does not have a provision addressing these properties in the accessory dwelling unit ordinance. And so status quo is permitting up to 2 ADUs and 1 JADU on properties developed under both provisions of SB 9, regardless of location within the WUI or also regardless of street width. This option would allow up to 10 residential units on a single family lot, 6 of which are ADUs or JADUs. Another option would be to limit the number of ADUs and JADUs on properties developed under both provisions of SB 9, regardless of location within the WUI or the street width. And so this option would allow between 6 and 8 residential units on a single family lot. A fourth option would be to permit up to 2 ADUs and 1 JADU on properties developed under both provisions of SB 9, but only outside of the WUI and in cases where minimum street width requirements are met. So this would allow for up to 10 units on a single family lot. But again, only outside of the WUI and where a street meets a minimum width. And the last option would be just to entirely prohibit ADUs and JADUs citywide when somebody has developed under SB 9. So this entire zoning code text amendment package has been found consistent with the California Environmental Quality Act, and the various sections are shown here on this slide. This item was noticed as required by state law, including a publication in the Press Democrat and the city's website, in addition to an email distributed to subscribers. We have received one letter based on the public noticing for this text amendment. It was included in council's packet. It is, I want to make sure to get this name correctly. It's really addressing the city's accessory dwelling unit ordinance in its entirety. The letter is from the California Housing Defense Fund, and we did review the letter, and none of the proposed amendments before you relate to what was outlined in that letter. However, we are working with HCD to ensure that our ordinance is consistent with state law, and so after council takes action on this, we will be submitting the revised ordinance to ensure that we're meeting all of the requirements of the law. So it is with that the Planning Commission and the Planning and Economic Development Department recommend that council introduce an ordinance to amend Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code, and we are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to bring it back to council for questions. I know we have one. Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. It's been a while coming to get our SB 9 rules on the books here. I do have some questions around what is adequate street width?
I am going to pull up the language in the ordinance, and thank you for the question. Okay, so it is described, adequate street width is described as a street that is at least 36 feet wide when there's parking provided on both sides, or at least 30 feet wide when parking is limited to one side of the street. And I think our fire marshal can add to it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. My name is Paul Lowenthal, Division Chief Fire Marshal. Thank you for the question. So the 16 feet total to get to that 36 feet addresses the parking. So initially, years ago, the city was at 36 feet, and we were finding that that was not able to accommodate both the parking as well as two-way traffic. And in a number of our projects, engines were actually getting stuck en route to emergency responses. So working with fire department, with our traffic engineers, our planning department, moved a number of years ago to 38 feet. So the 36 feet total gives the 8 feet of parking on both sides with clear unobstructed width and the 20 feet of travel lane.
We certainly want your equipment to be able to get to emergencies without getting stuck. Can you explain what that has to do with how many units we build on a property?
Yeah, so specific to the wildland interface, the concerns that were from Deputy Director Rob Sprinkle, who couldn't be here tonight, but his concerns were within the wildland interface. A lot of our streets are below existing street widths. Because there's a lack of transportation in a number of those areas, it requires a lot more street parking, and we're already out of conformance with parking, so that was his rationale for those specific areas. Outside of the wildland interface, we are, both the fire department and police as well as traffic engineering are dealing with a number of issues right now where when we're putting more units into locations that don't have enough street width or existing parking, it's creating concerns with responses as well as just normal congestion and flow for police, fire, and general traffic. So the concern from his standpoint, my standpoint, was we're essentially adding to the issues in some of those specific areas with more vehicles.
And has that line of thinking been applied to all of the high-density housing that we're putting in our communities as well, or is it just being applied to the ADUs and this SB9 issue because it's in single-family neighborhoods rather than in the downtown or in typically multifamily areas?
Yeah, I can tell you from the fire department standpoint, working with traffic engineer, that has been a concern of ours, is that in a lot of the high density projects, there are limitations and in some cases ability to move forward without enough parking units for the overall projects, and that's just in line with ordinance as well as state law. And we do find that in a number of those projects that we lack the parking, and the congestion spills out into neighborhoods that don't have existing street widths. But we have not had the mechanism to address some of those in the past.
Right. Yeah, I'll save my comments, but what I'll leave the last question is I'm wondering where consistency comes in on this when we look at permitting or allowing this in SB9 implementation and how we address the street width and the parking for that versus our broader council goals and plans around building all this high density housing and why here, why now with this. Not about the safety piece, but just the consistency piece. And so maybe I'm missing it, and this would be a good time to let me know if I'm getting it wrong.
I might add that in this particular case, the general, these single family lots were analyzed through the general plan process to have a certain number of units, and then state law related to accessory dwelling units says those units don't count toward density, and that's something that this has been in place for a number of decades within the city. With Senate Bill 9, there's now the ability for 3 additional units that have not been analyzed under the general plan. And so I think that there's a concern that we're not, this more intense residential development wasn't analyzed or anticipated on these lots, whereas a lot of the lots that are multifamily, they were envisioned to have a more high density development as a part of the comprehensive planning process, if that's helpful.
Okay. And the last question I have is, how many SB9 lot splits or inquiries have we had in the 2 years since the law has been on the books?
I have that data and I can pull it up on my laptop. I can tell you that there's been 3 applications that have taken advantage of both provisions, but we have many more that have just done one or the other, and I can get you that number in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I'd be really curious to know about that. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Krepke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you talk to me a little bit about the WUI and how we're going to keep up with this process? We had SB 610 that was proposed. We had SB 610 that was proposed last year that was going to leave it up to the state fire marshal to develop fire severity zones. How are we going to keep up with it as it changes and shifts?
So right now, the existing wildland urban interface has been in place since 2007 here locally. We did receive notice about a month ago or so that the state fire marshal intends to release the new maps for our local responsibility area to receive our new high and very high fire severity zones. There's a process underway between our department and PED right now to be prepared to receive that information. We'll go through the state law to have the public hearings, go through reviewing and adopting the recommendations from the state law. There is the potential that whether or not the high or very high fire severity zones impact the city limits, there's the potential that some of the recommendations around the city limits could affect our own wildland urban interface. So regardless of whether it comes from the recommendation of the state or our own recommendations based on what we see immediately around the city limits, we would take that before you, before council, make our recommendations to modify the wildland urban interface, and that would essentially live as to get technical, a shapefile within GIS, so that anybody that's applying as an applicant, or when PED receives that application, similar to what they do now, to when they enforce Chapter 7A or Chapter 13 of the Fire Code or Building Code, they know which properties apply to those specific requirements based on their geographical location within the city.
Okay, and then in the hypothetical that someone puts in an application, it's under review, the fire marshal's new fire severity zones come out, it ends up being in the WUI, is that grandfathered in? Is that automatically rejected? How are we going to treat that process if there's a change?
I apologize. I want to make sure I understand the question. So in the event that there's a change to the properties which are considered in the wildland urban interface, how do we apply the zoning code standards for accessory dwelling units for SB 9 projects?
Yes, that are already submitted, that are already applied for. So obviously if it changes and there's no application, then it gets rejected. But if, let's just say on today somebody puts it in, tomorrow it changes, does that get grandfathered in, or does that get rejected because it hasn't been shovel ready?
Sure. So there is a provision in the zoning code that relates to effects of changes that are adopted while a project is in process. And so we do have a requirement, I would need to look it up, but essentially somebody, if they are deemed complete, so the application has come in and is deemed complete, if there is a change that goes into effect, they can request to be reviewed under the previous version of the zoning code. So that would be what we would look to unless the council wants a different requirement for this case.
Is that an administrative process within the department, or would that go to like a planning commission?
That's an administrative process.
And I will add that would be consistent with like a building code or a fire code, where the application that's submitted is good at the time that the most current ordinance is in place. So we get that a lot with projects where they'll submit before they know a new ordinance is coming out to try and get included underneath the existing what would become non-conforming ordinance.
Councilmember Benuelos.
Thank you. Just looking at the, first of all, thank you for all your work on this, and as well as the Planning Commission. I was just wondering, and looking at the proposed amendments and the options, if you will, why would the status quo option, if we were to suggest to go in that direction, and assuming it's in compliance with the law, how would that look if we kept the status quo as opposed to, say, the staff's recommendation? In terms, I know we need to look at safety and all of those things, but I'm just wondering how that would look in your view.
Thank you for the question. And I'm not sure if I'm answering your question right. Really the difference would be the number of units that would be allowed on properties that develop under both provisions of Senate Bill 9. So the reality is citywide, we're not talking about hundreds or thousands of parcels. We are, and I'm still trying to find the number, but I believe it's 20 or fewer properties. This bill, it's still in effect, so over the years that number will change, but the difference would be for those properties that take advantage of both provisions of the Senate bill, they could have 4 additional units than would be allowed under staff's recommendation.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. I have a couple different questions for you. Is there any consideration in the current ordinance that says the lot size has to do with how many ADUs they can put on there, or is that just part of planning and how that goes? So if it's 10 acres, do they get to have the maximum amount? What's the current ordinance allow?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. To clarify, the current ADU ordinance or SB 9 regulation? So under the city's accessory dwelling unit ordinance, which is consistent with state law, any single family property can have up to 2 accessory dwelling units and 1 junior accessory dwelling unit. One of the accessory dwelling units must be an internal conversion. A junior accessory dwelling unit is also an internal conversion, so you can have 1 new construction ADU, and then if it works for your situation, you could have an additional ADU and a JDU. And that's true regardless of lot size. These are single family properties specifically. You can have additional on multifamily properties.
And the reason I ask this question is because if the concern is on parking, but you have a large piece of property that could actually sustain additional parking on it, wouldn't this ordinance limit even those size properties if you say had 3 or 4 acres and wanted to have the maximum amount of ADUs in the WUI or not, if the parking was the concern as far as public safety and getting our vehicles through?
We could certainly add that in as an option if the council wishes to, if that addresses all of the concerns for public safety purposes.
But it would address at least the public safety concern of if you have a certain side lot and you can offer parking on your lot or, you know, within your area, then that seems to me that would be more reasonable instead of saying you can't build any more even though you have all this extra land, when one of our main goals is to make sure we are increasing housing. The other question I have is around insurance. So we know specifically in my district, which is really covered a lot in the WUI, and I've been very concerned about overreach on building too many houses, apartment complexes, large subdivisions. That's where I think we see a lot of concern with people as opposed to 1 ADU or not. But what concerns me on this policy is, could we be flagging a certain area of Santa Rosa where it's already very hard for them to get homeowners insurance by saying we're not even going to allow them to build anything in this area because it's so dangerous to us that we aren't going to allow this. To me, I think there's maybe an unintended consequence. Already we're seeing difficulty for people to get homeowners insurance in the WUI and having to pay more than double what everybody else in Santa Rosa does. So could this potential policy, by calling out specific areas in Santa Rosa, be harmful in that regard, and has that been discussed?
I don't know specifically the answer to that question. I'm happy to look into it and talk to the United Policyholders Group and see what their thoughts are. They have a working group that I'm part of that addresses a lot of these concerns and questions. So I'm happy to have those discussions with them and bring it back to planning staff. One of the other factors that we looked at too is the total number of unit counts in some of these areas. So there's a lot of factors that go into it. There's the concerns with the street widths, there's the concerns with it being in the wildland urban interface, but regardless of whether it's in the wildland urban interface, the concern with the existing non-conforming streets is that there's also challenges with bringing additional units into areas that don't have the routes for the total number of units that we could potentially be pushing to, right? So sometimes these developments go in and they hold themselves right at 48, 49 because they know if they would have gone to 50, they'd have to build a second way out to address evacuations, to address second ways out. So that factored into it as well, that it wasn't just the parking, but it's the parking and then potentially tipping the scale, putting, in some cases, potentially up to 10 additional housing units on one particular parcel that would then be negatively impacting the entire area for traffic purposes.
So, Fire Marshal, just to follow up on that then, if we were able to limit the amount of ADUs, even within the WUI, would that address that concern where we weren't going to say 10, no matter how big the lot size was or how many acres it was, due to the concern on how many people that will push it to the limit on that? If there was some language that still allowed an ADU or JADU to be put on there, but it addressed what you're saying, is that they go all the way to the very limit to be able to increase housing. But is there a way in the WUI specifically that would address that concern? By not disallowing it, but by limiting it?
Yeah, I'm not sure to be honest, I'm not sure I'm following the question. So right now.
Clearly I'm tongue-tied tonight, I'm struggling. So if right now it's saying you're excluding the WUI completely based on staff recommendations. If we limited how many they could do in the WUI, would that address the concern of public safety so that we didn't have too many? Because you're saying that in these maximum areas, they're putting all the way to the very limit. Are you following what I'm saying right now? Okay. Maybe the answer doesn't go to fire marshal. Maybe it goes to somebody else. Instead of excluding the language, could we limit?
I'm going to repeat what I understand to make sure that I'm understanding. So right now state law says you could have 2 ADUs and 1 JADU and then the 4 primary units on these lots. Do we have the option to say, instead of allowing 2 ADUs and 1 JADU, maybe we say 1 ADU or 1 JADU within the WUI? Is that the question?
Right, that's my question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we have the option to kind of have a middle ground there within the wildland urban interface.
Okay, I got lost when you started talking about having 49 people instead of 50 to not create. So I didn't realize that there was that many that could get put in 3 ADUs.
No, the concern that we had, that was, I think, going back to Councilmember Fleming's question, was tied to street width also. And we're trying to minimize how many additional units we have, not just in the wildland interface, but in existing non-conforming streets outside the wildland interface. So no matter where you are in the city, there's requirements that say, based on the total number of unit counts, what you have to have for different points of access into those neighborhoods.
I see.
So if we start adding
but this policy just addresses not allowing ADUs in the WUI, even though there's a concern of public safety and street widths throughout the entire city. This policy would still allow ADUs in those other parts or the other streets that have not been addressed for safety. Is that what you're saying?
Right, so this policy is very narrow because it only impacts properties that develop under both provisions of SB 9, and they're either located within the WUI or they are not fronting on a street that meets that minimum threshold. And so otherwise ADUs are allowed, JDUs are allowed in the WUI. It's just when there's the 2 provisions of SB 9 that are invoked as a part of development. Not sure if that answers the question.
That made me more confused. I'm sorry. So just a second. Okay.
We have a clarifying question from Councilmember Rogers.
So if you look on 7, if I'm correct, if you look on 7, they're saying that someone would want to have to do both of these. That's when so I think if you look at 7, then it will help you to know what they're talking about. They're not talking about developing, they're talking about using both. Where you split the lot and where you...
No, that's not what I was talking about. Okay. But I did see that one too, but thank you. Mine is more around, if the concern is the street width, does this recommendation only exclude the WUI, even though we have street width issues throughout the city of Santa Rosa?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. Okay, so Paul, you were saying that the street width is part of the issue here, right? This 38 or 36 foot necessary. In the language that I read, it's excluding ADUs from being within the WUI. So a lot of parts in my district, a lot of parts probably in Jeff's district, but in the other parts of Santa Rosa, we'd allow ADUs. Do we have streets that still would not meet those safety requirements that we'd still allow ADUs in versus these other two little areas that have the street concern, but they're in the WUI? So does a policy exclude them because they're in the WUI and have street concerns, but we allow ADUs in the other parts of Santa Rosa who aren't in the WUI but still have street concerns?
I think we have another clarifying question here. Sorry to interrupt, Vice Mayor Alvarez.
And just to change the gears a little bit on that one, is adding other limitations that might present themselves. My question to staff is, are the other limitations that might present themselves that would completely impede these projects? And what comes to mind is a CEQA. If we're speaking of larger property lots and we're speaking of parking being necessary, would a CEQA override the state's order, or would this override that as well? Ultimately asking, are there other implications that can present themselves?
Thank you for the question, Vice Mayor. So in both cases of accessory dwelling units and development under Senate Bill 9, they are exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and that's written into the statutes just because they're considered ministerial projects, and so yeah, CEQA does not come into play.
So going back to Councilmember McDonald's statement, it sounds like whether it's a WUI or not, the state mandate would be to override those concerns even at a city level.
I'm going to add some information and hopefully it's helpful. So the state law requires that any property, regardless of street width or location within the WUI, is entitled to have 2 accessory dwelling units, 1 junior accessory dwelling unit, any single family residential property. This amendment has kind of a 2-part test. So if you are developing under Senate Bill 9, so you're a single family homeowner, you have 1 house, but now you subdivide and develop under Senate Bill 9, so now you have 4 primary units where you once had 1. State law says jurisdictions can stop there. They can say this meets the requirements of Senate Bill 9. You don't have to permit anything else, JDUs, ADUs. But you can, and so in this case, the way our ordinance is written now, you could have 4 additional ADUs and 2 additional JDUs, or not additional, but 4 ADUs and 2 JDUs on that property. That gives you 10, where many people would expect 1, or 1 primary unit and 1 ADU. This amendment says in cases where you've done that subdivision and you've gotten those 3 extra primary units, if you are not allowed to build an ADU or JDU, if either you're in the WUI or you don't front on a street that meets that minimum width. So you could be on the west side of 101, not within the WUI, but if your street is only 28 feet wide, then you would not be able to build an ADU or JDU. Only in cases where you've developed under Senate Bill 9, though. Otherwise, the state says those ADUs and JDUs must be allowed.
And can you clarify if that is our rule that we're proposing, or is that the rule? When you talk about the WUI and when you talk about the street width?
Sure. So the amendment, which includes the WUI and the street width, is a staff proposed addition to our accessory dwelling unit ordinance. That is not within state law. What state law says is jurisdictions have the flexibility to limit or prohibit the number of units in cases where somebody develops under both provisions of SB 9. So that's really the only place where the city has flexibility, is if someone develops those 4 units then the city is able to limit it to 4. But they certainly do not have to, and they can develop their own criteria for limiting or prohibiting if desired.
That does help, and it helped. Thank you, City Manager, for the language on this is just our law, not the law. So that's, to me, that's really critical to know. And are we calling out specific parts of Santa Rosa that would still be allowed to do building, but not the WUI, and the unintended consequences around insurance, I think, for me, are concerning and potentially an overreach of what the law intends for us to do.
That was a robust conversation. We're going to go to Councilmember Fleming.
All right, thank you for bearing with us. This is complex, and I think that what we're dealing with is that the state is passed down a fairly blanket law that we're trying to make fit our community with limited tools to adjust it. I have 2 small questions. One is, would the additional units that are built under SB 9 count towards our RENA goals, our market rate RENA? Assuming they're built for market rate.
Yes.
Great. The other question is, when we talk about a building, a parcel fronting on a street that's 36 or 38 feet, is there any discretion for the fire department to make an allowance? Like, let's say the home is on a corner, which is on a street that one of the streets is large, 38 feet or above, and another street is not so much, but it has really good access. Could the fire department say that's okay? Or do both sides of the corner have to be 38 feet?
I think thank you for the question. I think if we were asked by PED whether or not we feel that would be in conformance, so let's say the actual physical address of the property was on A Street, but the corner property that was in compliance was on B Street, I would have to have a conversation with the director of PED, but I think we would be supportive of that in that particular case.
Okay, I think that might be helpful to this conversation. I don't have any more questions at this time.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from council? With that, we're going to open the public hearing. Oops.
I just...
apologies. Monet, please go ahead.
No, Councilmember Fleming asked for a number of SB 9 permits, so I had to do a quick run, and if my information are correct, I was able to find 13 permits have been so far submitted. Eight of them are approved, 2 withdraw, 1 incomplete, and 2 are pending. Out of those 8 permits that are approved, 6 are urban lot split, and 2 are just 2-unit developments.
I apologize, you said 6 are urban?
So 6 are lot split, which get 4 units, and 2 are just 2 units.
Mayor, is it okay if I ask a couple questions about that?
Please, Mr. DeWitt, we'll ask your patience.
So with those, how many of those have been in the WUI? Oh, sorry. My questions would be, we've had 8. This law has been on the books for 2 years. We've had 8 requests. We don't know how many are in the WUI. I'd like to know how many. You said, Amy, in the original presentation that there were safety concerns about these properties. I'd like to know what kinds of concerns have come up, because we're making a big rule based on a pretty relatively small sample size. I'm sorry to belabor it, but any anecdotes might be helpful for us.
Do you want me to still look for those 6 units to see where they are?
I think I'm going to pass on making you do more work now, but I just think that it's helpful to know that it's a pretty small sample size. Thank you.
Are there any additional follow-up questions? All right, I've liked the way this conversation has gone. This has been engaging. So with that, officially, we're going to open this public hearing. Mr. DeWitt, you have 3 minutes.
And I'm from Roseland. I wanted to thank Ms. Fleming and Ms. McDonald for their astute observations on what's occurring here. I think what would be really helpful is if you'd actually define the size of a single family lot. Back in the day, decades ago, it was considered 6,000 square feet. Then developers came forward and said, well, in order to get more affordable housing, we'd like to do small lot subdivisions and they made them 4,000 square feet, if I remember correctly. And you can now actually get stuff on a 3,000 square foot lot. So one of the things that would have been helpful over in Roseland, where we have deep lots, we have lots of area where ADUs could go in, but nobody's been putting them in yet because they can't afford them to put it together, the package. And then our roads are very narrow. So we're in this situation where what's happening is most of the housing that's getting built is coming from developers putting in large, some might say overly large developments on rural small roads. I don't know if you've ever seen Fort Burbank. You guys might not even know about that stockade. It's out there off of what's now called South Dutton, it was South Dutton, now it's called Dutton Meadow. 3-story units, really tightly packed in, narrow streets, full of cars, just right across from the Bellevue Ranch subdivisions and all that stuff that went in. We're always going to have lots of cars. Tonight's been wow about the WUI and getting to where the fire stuff is at. But also we have to look at this in a perspective of how we're going to get the housing we need with Senate Bill 9 in a positive way in areas where it could be beneficial, not just in the small numbers that have been talked about. Ms. Fleming correctly points out the sample size is too small right now still. So you're making a decision in a sense, it's a shot in the dark, and you'll have to come back and perhaps amend this in the future. You want to get the best thing you can to get the maximal amount of housing units in with the minimal amount of hassle and problems in the future. I really wish you the best of luck on this. I think this is a great opportunity you've undertaken here, and if it's a 6,000 square foot lot, to get 10 units on it is just like, whoa, that's a big wow in the WUI also. So thank you for your time. I can't stay for the rest of the deliberations. Your legislative platform at the federal level might want to talk about these things also. You have a wonderful new year, a good new year to all of you.
Thank you again, Dwayne. Any other members of the public wish to speak? Thank you. The podium is yours.
Hi, my name is Yolanda Galvez. This is my first time here, and I came because of the ADU. In Coffee Park, there's currently a request for, on a 1 1/8 acre, to have 14 homes, 2-story, plus an ADU on the 3rd story with minimal parking. And on the street on Coffee, which is close to Dennis, you can only park on one side of the road. So where are those people going to park? And that's at 3790 Coffee Lane. And then on 3800 Coffee Lane, they're putting in 10 duplexes with 1 ADU, so that's 15. And there's no parking there. There's a culvert. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind of what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda. Any other members of the public wish to speak? Then we will, or seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for final comments. Any final comments from the dais? Councilmember Fleming.
Yeah, I want to thank staff for trying to tackle a pretty complex issue with relatively few tools, as I mentioned earlier, while trying to maintain public safety. I'm all for restricting development in the wild and urban interface. If I could not have us build, any more units under SB 9 there, I think that would be wise. Unfortunately, our hands are tied on that count. I'm not sure I see the wisdom in prematurely implementing these rules outside of the wild and urban interface at this point in time. I think that what we ought to do is we ought to let SB 9 fully play out for maybe a year and then see how
Sorry, I'm making eye contact with Jeff.
the decorum here is really not, up to snuff. I just want to say, and it's, really changed in the last week or two. I don't know what is going on, folks. At any rate, I'd like to sit next to some other folks. So what I think we ought to do, because we have a pretty small sample size and we don't know how it's going to play out yet, is that we ought to wait. And the reason why we ought to wait is because we don't yet know how this is going to play out. And perhaps we have some actual evidence about this creating safety hazards, but the other safety hazard we have is, and I don't mean to be hyperbolic, but we do have a real lack of housing. And over and over again, we say this is our top priority. This is a way for us to achieve some housing for the missing middle, which is really difficult to achieve because we don't get any subsidies to build low-income market rate housing. And it's my perspective that in all likelihood, we're not going to see tons of units being built, and that the market for this is going to sort itself out, and that the scales of economy will work themselves out, and we're not going to have crazy situations. If it's the case that we do have safety issues, I would invite you to come back and to have some of these rules around parking and street widths in the flats. But until then, I'd really like to see us go forward with your recommendations in the WUI and not in the flats.
Councilmember Rogers.
I just wanted to thank you for coming, and then also to say that we do need housing, but I don't want it to be at the expense of our resident safety. In addition to that, I think that the state does make laws, but they don't really always know what goes on in individual jurisdictions. The laws are meant to help, but sometimes they do not, and we have to put additional restrictions on. I'll tell you some things that I don't like. I don't like it when state law takes the discretion away from the cities who know their jurisdiction best. I'm worried about parking and congestion, even when it's not in the WUI, because I'm getting a lot of complaints about that. And the impact it will have on residents and quality of life if we're putting, if I thought I bought a house that was in a development that had 43 parcels and 43 units, and then all of a sudden, really all of the parcels can develop, and what that will look like. And I know it's not going to happen right now, but it could happen over time. And so just preserving the neighborhoods that we have and what that looks like, and if we can find a balance to do so. And then I also, when you were talking about public hearings, it may be something that I misinterpreted, but I don't like that residents are not able to say, like, you have these laws and ordinance, but they don't fit where we are right now, because we don't know all of the neighborhoods, and they're not able to bring it to us to get that heard. So those are just some concerns that I have with not the presentation, but with the content of the presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Banuelos.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the work that went into this. I also think this is very complex, and so I've been trying to wrap my head around it for a while. But I will say I have, the concerns that I have, of course, are about parking, traffic. Those are some of the big complaints that I get about my district. So in the long term, I'm always concerned about those. I agree with Councilmember Rogers, especially being in education. I see a lot of things come down from the state that affect us directly, that really folks don't really understand the full consequences of what those changes may mean. So I would also concur with Councilmember Fleming that maybe it's best to just see how this does play out and move forward, and then see if we do need to have you all come back and make any adjustments if necessary. So that's kind of the way I'm looking at this right now. Thank you.
Councilmember McDonald.
So I think I would be more comfortable with limiting ADUs or the amount that could be built in the WUI for public safety. And as far as the streets and roads are concerned, I think that What Councilmember Fleming said, let's let this play out. We haven't had, hundreds of people trying to put ADUs on their properties. Our number one goal is housing, and the concern that I have specifically in my area is, say I bought a piece of property and I have an aging parent and I need to build something on my property, but I'm in the WUI. If I can get homeowners insurance and I can get coverage for that, I'm not sure it's the city's jurisdiction to limit what I could do on my own property, even if it's in the WUI. So I'm not comfortable with not allowing at least some housing in the WUI if it meets some of the other requirements. I'm still not super clear on how the roads play into account when it comes to this particular ordinance or this particular recommendation, because it seems to me like that hasn't been a consideration in the past. So it feels like a moving forward, but how do you go back and fix all the other places that we've allowed prior to this conversation? So I understand the concern of impact of parking in some of the other districts because they already have smaller lots, but in my district where they actually have larger properties, that might not actually be the problem, but the street might not be as wide. So I tend to want to go with what Councilmember Fleming is saying as well. Let's let this play out for now and then come back if it does become a concern or we're seeing massive amounts of ADUs go in. And I'm not sure, I didn't hear what you said, I apologize, Councilmember Fleming, on excluding the WUI from allowing ADUs or allowing them. I apologize.
Yeah, I think that densifying the WUI is generally dangerous, but I understand that we are going to do so under SB 9. I think that we're saying the same thing in practical terms here.
Great. So I would probably let it be status quo for now and come back and see where we're at in another year.
Councilmember Rogers.
I have a question because what Councilmember McDonald just said, I can still build an ADU for my parents. I just can't subdivide my lot and then do both of what the SB 9, and I think that's what I was trying to explain, is you can still build an ADU for your parents if I'm understanding it correctly. You just can't subdivide and develop on then 2 parcels, right? It would be 2 parcels. You can't do that.
That's correct, yes.
Except for with the recommendation, it's not allowing any ADUs, is how I read the recommendation from staff.
It does not allow any ADUs or JDUs if you develop under both provisions of SB 9. So first you have to subdivide under SB 9 and then build 2 units or have 2 units on each of those new lots. In that case, you would no longer be able to construct an ADU or a JADU.
Okay.
Otherwise, you still can have 2 ADUs and 1 JADU, even in the WUI.
If you just had your one house, you could still just build 1 ADU, even in the WUI.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, 2 ADUs and 1 JADU, but yes, even in the WUI.
Thank you for that clarification. Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Whatever I want to say has been said, so I'll just reiterate what I've heard tonight. It pretty much comes down to this is a case-by-case issue, where within my district I can see many properties on Sebastopol Road having the width of the street and qualifying. And I can see the same in other parts of the city. So for me, I do support the project moving forward, but I definitely will reiterate the part of revisiting in the future and seeing how that actually plays out so we can receive the information that Council Member Fleming asked for, such as how many WUI applications have been put forth and how many have been successful in their applications. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Councilmember Fleming.
Just to be super clear, I'm in favor of adopting your recommendations in the WUI, and I'm in favor of status quo outside of the WUI.
Can I mention something? I heard the confusion about why streets are becoming more important now with the parking. SB 9 only allows 1 off-street parking for each car, whereas regular single families require 4. 1 has to be covered. So 4 units for SB 9 required to provide 1 covered parking or 1 parking for each one. And ADUs are exempt from parking. So why the parking is becoming concerned is because lack of on-site parking for all these units that have been created. So I just want to make sure that's the
understand that.
reason we are having concerns about parking and the size of the streets.
I was going to say, Bonet, now we're going to have to start all over again.
I do think that we should let it play out and see because of our housing goals, and then if in 6 months or a year we're having a bumper crop of these, then we can revisit that.
For my comments, I just want to thank my colleagues. The level of expertise tonight was impressive, as was the level of concern and the ability and the interest in the ability to wade in the details on a complicated issue. I think that our city manager got it right off the bat when she complimented city staff. This is an incredibly technical and complicated subject. It's also very tedious. It's the kind of thing that it's very easy to overlook or not do the kind of thorough investigation that you did. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience as you walked council through this issue. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Okrepke for final comments and a motion. Best wishes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for this presentation. I really do appreciate all the work that went into it. I appreciate all the work your department put into getting us a pro-housing designation through the state. If I recall, out of the hundreds of municipalities, counties, and cities, we were one of, I think it's 23 that received the designation, something around that. And of those 23, we were, if I recall correctly, top 5 in scoring, and we were thanked by that by getting more state laws that tell us how to do our own housing in our own cities and loss of local control. So as I step off my soapbox because of that, I do want to say thank you. You guys have done, you all have done tremendous work, and I really do appreciate that. A couple things, as far as the commenter that talked about Coffee Lane, this won't affect that. That's a separate set of other state laws that have been put into action that's being proposed under, and staff can help you get more information on that. And to my colleague, as far as insurance, this isn't going to matter. They have their own catastrophe modeling that they use, the fire severity zones, WUI. I mean, they'll use Google Earth. I mean, they'll literally just Google Earth an address and say yes or no. So this isn't, they don't care about local ordinances. Before I make this motion, I just want to verify that the suggested action that I have does include the staff's recommendation number 1. Is that correct?
Can you clarify your question? I'm sorry.
The suggested action that we have in our to read, does that include staff's recommendation number 1?
And what was provided was the ordinance title. Ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20, et cetera, the full title that was on the ordinance.
And the ordinance that was attached with the staff materials includes staff recommendation.
Thank you. All right, so with that, I'll propose an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code to modify zoning chapter 20-31, section 20-12.020, section 20-36.050, and section 20-42.131, file number REZ24-004, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
All right, we got a motion by Councilmember Krepke, and we're going to give the second to Councilmember Rogers. With that, we're ready to call for the vote. No, we got to, sorry.
I just want to clarify that the motion is to adopt, well, actually to introduce. This is an ordinance, so we do 2 steps. So to introduce the ordinance as proposed by staff.
Okay. Do you want me to say the whole thing over again? Or?
No, I don't. I just want to clarify that.
Right, thank you.
I think that's the motion you've made, but I want to be clear.
It is.
Thank you for that clarification. And with that, I think we're ready to call for the vote. We're going to go back to Councilmember Fleming for an additional clarification.
No, I would like to offer a friendly amendment to what I had suggested, which is staff's recommendation in the WUI and status quo outside of the WUI, and see if I can have that accepted. I want to see the status quo in the.
I agree with that.
You agree? Okay. I'm happy to, I've sort of done some advanced surgery to help you out, and I'm happy to walk through what that would look like in
Why don't we
terms
walk
of
through it just to make sure we're all on the same page on this one?
So on page 7 of the proposed ordinance, which is attached, subsection E at the middle of the page, that would be section 18, subsection E. That's the provision that talks about the exception for the WUI as well as the exception for any area anywhere in the city that where the street is not at least 36 feet wide. So I think what I'm hearing would be to remove the subsection 3 there, where it says the street to access the parcel is at least 36 feet wide with parking provided on both sides, or at least 30 feet wide with parking limited to one side of the street. We'd be getting rid of that entirely. In addition, we would have to change the language in the sentence prior to that so that it reads at the end, provided the following requirement is met, because it currently reads, provided the 2 following requirements are met. And then in addition to that, I think we want to remove from the beginning of the ordinance in the page 1, the second to last whereas clause on that page. I think we want to remove language at the end that says, or along streets with limited width. I believe I have caught everything. Staff, is there anything else that you think we would need to remove from this in order to effectuate the friendly amendment which was accepted?
Thank you. I believe we would also need to, there's very similar language in section 21 of the ordinance, so this relates to JADUs. So there's, I think we would just state that provided that the parcel is located outside of the city's wildland urban interface, and strike the language related to street width.
Okay, and that language is at the very top of page 8.
That's impressive editing on the fly. Does that address all of our concerns? I'm looking towards council. Councilmember Rogers?
If we don't think this applies to very many people, is it possible to go ahead and pass it the way it is and allow people the opportunity to come to council if they think that it should not apply to them? And I know it's another step, but I also know that I recently lived in a subdivision where the streets were very narrow and you could barely get through the streets when there were people parked on both sides. So I can't even imagine putting more units into that subdivision and how it would impact the streets and people's safety. And I think the part that we're taking out is an additional part that's put in for someone's safety. If you live in a neighborhood where they have wide streets, it probably doesn't apply to you very much. But when you live in these subdivisions that are newer, that don't have wider streets, it does apply, and it is very dangerous. And so that is why I like the second part that was introduced by staff. And that's just my, and this is in Southwest Santa Rosa, where I feel like sometimes the streets are very, very narrow.
So do we have a competing motion on the floor? Do we need to vote on that first motion?
If I may, what I really think we should do, which is much more complex than we have time for tonight, is we should come back with something like this that's based on the size of the lot and the amount of frontage. Because the amount of frontage, if you have a really wide lot, you're going to have a lot of street parking available, and that would then address some of the concerns around congestion for parking and safety for vehicles. We can't do that tonight, but if you have a really large plot of land that's really narrow and doesn't have much frontage, you're going to still have the same problem. And so I think that it is really difficult to say in areas like Councilmember Rogers is talking about, where it would be a real burden, or in areas like I mean, in some of the places where I represent, you have huge lots, and we're really depriving people of property rights here, and that's kind of where I want to meet housing goals, and I don't want to take people's property rights away. I also don't want to impact people's safety or cause anybody any hazards. I still think that we should come back to this with a lens for lot size and frontage that can address this more safely. And so the reason why I'm reluctant to adopt these rules now is because we actually never go the other way and more easily make it so, or not never, it's really rare that we undo something, and it's a lot of effort for staff. And so if that's the will of the council, I'll do that tonight. I just don't think it's a very scientific approach. I understand why we got here today, and I think that this is a reasonable approach. It's just not the best that I think we can do if we give it a little more time.
So back to the motion and the friendly amendment that are on the table right now. So Councilmember Krupke made a motion, and then Councilmember Fleming had made a motion or an amendment, a friendly amendment that was accepted. Are we voting on that now, or Councilmember Rogers? Is there some kind of adjustment?
So I was confused as to what the friendly amendment was.
Okay.
So I don't agree to that friendly amendment. I think that we should just go with staff recommendation for right now. I do agree that we should bring it back to get a little bit more detail, but I don't think right now is the time to do that and start doing surgery on the ordinance.
All right, so we had a motion on the table and a second. I think we go to a vote on that motion and on that. Oh, we've got more commentary. Councilmember McDonald.
I guess my question is, if we reject recommendations, is there any part of the zoning ordinances that needed to be passed based on the current state law? And otherwise, could we actually just table the entire thing tonight? I'm just wondering if there was something timely that had to be done for ordinances. I mean, for the zoning ordinance.
Yes, so the majority of the amendments to the accessory dwelling unit ordinance are required by state law, and so because those laws went into effect January 1 of this year, it voids the city's local ADU ordinance until we come into conformance with state law. So we would run the risk of just a longer period of time of having defer to state law for our ADU regulations.
Thank you for the clarification.
I'm going to look at our city attorney for the moment. Are we best off? We have a moment or we have a motion and a second that's on the table right now. Is our best course of action to vote on that motion and second, see where we are, and then that'll let clarity to the rest of the discussion?
Procedurally, that is the next step, unless you have the motion maker who withdraws his motion.
Can I call the question?
Please.
So we vote.
So we had, all right, so let's go ahead with the vote then.
Councilmember McDonald?
No.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
No.
Councilmember Banuelos?
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
Let the record show this passes with 4 affirmative votes.
All right, thank you very much. That was an interesting one. Let's go back to item 16.1, our federal legislative platform. And thank you once again to our staff. You worked overtime on that one. Assistant City Manager Nutt, welcome. Do we have Kyriakos on the line here, I'm guessing? And John?
right. Good evening, Mayor Stapp and council members. I'm Jason Nutt. I'm the Assistant City Manager. I am filling in for individuals who have recently departed the city to greener pastures. And so I'm excited to fill in that role and participate as part of this year's 2025 federal legislative platform. I'm going to be joined by and predominantly passing the baton to our friends and partners at MMO Partner, at MMO Partners, Kyriakos Paganis and John O'Donnell, and they will be working our way through the legislative platform this year. I just want to start and say that I know the legislative team spent quite a bit of time working with each of you to craft the legislative platform for this year. They also spent time working with each of the department heads and divisions in an effort to identify additional areas that we want to consider as we start looking toward what we're going to be doing with our federal partners throughout the course of this next year. And so I'm excited to have to invite Kyriakos and John to the screen and be able to walk us through this year's federal platform.
Mr. Nutt, thank you for that that introduction. And good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Kyriakos, I'd like to start by congratulating council members McDonald, Rogers, and Alvarez on their reelection, and welcome Councilor Banuelos to the council and look forward to working with her. Also want to congratulate Councilor Stapp and Councilor Alvarez on their role now as mayor and vice mayor, respectively. And also to thank Councilor Rogers for her work with us while she was mayor. I think we had a very successful year, and Kyriakos will talk more about that. We've done this review with you before about the federal legislative platform, and really the platform is a roadmap. It identifies the city's federal policy and project priorities for the public, for the Congressional California delegation, for members of Congress and committees, and for federal agencies. And then it's used by us. You use it locally for guidance with staff about what your federal effort ought to be, and we use it here in our work with congressional staff, members, and federal agency folks. And Kyriakos and I were talking about this earlier today. I think this is why these legislative platforms are so critical, because of the sort of circumstances that we face now in Washington, which are not that all different from any other time, but because of the change in administration, because of new members on the Hill, changes on committee staffs, and then the addition of many new congressional staffers working for new members and members who have staff changes in their offices. This kind of document and platform really is an anchor for us in the work that we do. And I think I asked Kyriakos to talk about how that direction that we use from this platform leads us to the kind of accomplishments that I think he will address.
Thanks, John. Next slide, please, Jason. Mayor, council members, city manager, thank you for the opportunity. Wanted to just first, as John mentioned, talk a little bit about the highlights of the 2024 work that we've been doing with you all, but really point out that these accomplishments and the numbers that you see on the next couple of slides here really represent a team effort, and it starts with the mayor and council taking the steps that John just outlined, which is to establish a federal policy and platform that gives us direction. And also want to acknowledge that a lot of this, most of this would not be possible without the hard work of your staff and the direction from the city manager. And certainly, last but certainly not least, the work that the delegation does on your behalf to really carry out some of these requests that are put forward. So with that, I wanted to just kind of run through these slides and first off talk about the top line number that you see there, the total funding, represents funding that's been announced and awarded for the various programs that you see here. And I won't go through every item, but you'll see more funding on the next two screens that are in the total funding represented, and that's because there's certain projects that are still pending before Congress, and certain projects that are still working their way through the departments that are funding them. So under housing and homelessness, you'll see that most of the funding there is formula funding, FY24 funding for CDBG home, HOPWA, and housing choice vouchers. The homeless Santa Rosa, Petaluma COC money that you see there is done regionally, and so some of that funding is spread out throughout the county, and so that number, 4.5 million, is not necessarily representing the total funding figure. Under surface transportation, you'll see the urbanized area formula grant is 2.7 million. The city competitively went after a technical assistance grant called Thriving Communities. The city was awarded funding through technical assistance to work on development of the Southeast Greenway area that I know was recently acquired. And so the city staff are working through that process, and I want to acknowledge the hard work that TPW did to put that together. And I know recently Councilmember Krepke came to Washington and participated in a technical assistance roundtable with DOT on that grant. And so that's working its way through. And hopefully by the end of that process, and depending on where you are with your planning, there may be an opportunity to seek federal funding in the future. The last project on this list under transportation is a multi-jurisdictional project that was awarded through SCTA, of which the city was awarded 1.75 million, and that is for various safety improvements on various streets throughout the city, and that was awarded a few weeks ago. And I'm being told that that agreement with DOT is right at the final finish line, and hopefully that'll be done in the next week or so. Next slide, please. Wildfire public safety, back in March, the president signed the FY24 appropriations bill and included a community project funding request for the Santa Rosa Police Department, $898,000, which was, again, signed into law back in March. I know the police department is working and has worked with BJA to finalize the agreement on that. And that project was supported and requested by Representative Thompson. The COPS office awarded the city $166,875 for a recruitment and retention CPD grant, and that was awarded a few months ago. Also under this category was a piece of legislation that was supported in the city's 2024 platform, HR 5863, Federal Disaster Tax Relief Act, which I know Representative Thompson and Senator Padilla were lead sponsors on that bill to provide tax relief for wildfire victims. And so that was signed into law here at the end of the last session of Congress. Water and energy resiliency, the electric vehicle and infrastructure master plan was a formula grant that was provided under the IIJA bill, and the city was using that to put together a master plan for EV infrastructure. The Corps of Engineers is working with the city and providing technical assistance to do flood evacuation mapping throughout the city. And then the FY25 community project funding request that is still pending for Congress and will not be finalized until sometime in March, we believe, is the Llano trunk line for $1.734 million. I want to point out on that particular request, the city was successful a couple of years ago getting a WRDA authorization for about $20 million, and that authorization has led to this funding allocation in the Energy and Water Appropriations Bill sponsored by Representative Huffman. And again, this is one of those projects where, as I said earlier, team approach, the mayor, Mayor Stapp, came to Washington, D.C. along with the city manager and Director Burke, and really pressed for this funding, met with the Corps of Engineers, with the delegation, and was included in the bill. And so, again, while we're not over the finish line, we're pretty close to that, and just wanted to acknowledge that the work that was done to get that to where we are. The Laguna Treatment Plant HMGP project, $14.5 million, is still pending environmental review through FEMA. So that's still one of those projects that is near the finish line but not yet over. And then under Economic Development Reauthorization Act was signed into law at the end of the year. That bill includes a couple of requests made by the city, both under previous Mayor Chris Rogers and then Mayor Rogers. Post-wildfire assistance, the bill includes 100% cost share for disaster recovery areas, and then it also increases the local cost share from 50%, or increases the federal cost share, I should say, from 50% to 60%, and that dovetails into the next project that's on the list here, which is an EDA grant to expand business development opportunities in the Roseland area. That project is being worked on currently by staff and EDA. Again, that increase of cost share will help increase the amount of federal funding that goes towards improvements and expansion in that area. Next slide, please. So I want to talk about that was sort of a look back, now talking about looking forward for 2025. I think as Jason mentioned, we have met with most of the council members before putting this together, and then meeting with department staff, and certainly getting some input from our carryover proposals from last year. Next slide, Jason. So wildfire prevention and resiliency, and just to point out, there's 7 sort of project and subject categories here. Wildfire prevention is the first. Again, this is carryover language from the previous year, which really talks about providing support and requesting federal assistance under various FEMA programs, including the BRIC program, a Forest Service program, Community Wildfire Defense Grants, which provides funding for you all to update your community wildfire protection plan, and also do some implementation projects that are on the plan. That was funded through the IIJA. The next bullet on this slide is to support this Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program, which the city did use back in 2017 or 2018 to build a new affordable housing post-wildfire. And then advocating for funding for the IPAWS system. Next slide. Surface transportation is ongoing request to support future funding for the programs authorized under IIJA, including projects for bike and pedestrian infrastructure, Vision Zero, and then obviously public transit investments, and investments to electrify your fleet, and then support active transportation and complete streets, and safe routes to schools. Next slide, please. Under water and energy resiliency, and again, this is just a snapshot of what's in the actual platform. I won't read it verbatim. So under water and energy efficiency, continue to support Inflation Reduction Act programs, Water Resources Development Act, and Clean Water and Water State Revolving Loan Funds, mitigation measures to reduce emissions and limit the effects of climate change. Next slide. Support the practical approach to assessing, mitigating the associated risks with PFAS. There has been some legislation that was introduced in the last session of Congress. We expect the next administration probably to take some action on the regulatory side on this issue, so we're going to be watching that closely, and then advocating and supporting to continue operations and diversion facilities at the Potter Valley project. Next slide, please. Climate change and sustainability, supporting the city's long-term commitment to implementing programs to improve energy efficiency and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, And then also supporting the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program. As I mentioned previously, the city received $210,000 through that program that was funded through IIJA. We're not expecting future money to be associated with Energy and Conservation Block Grant, but there will be a push to get more funding for that program. Advocating for funding to convert the city's municipal fleet to zero emissions. Next slide. Housing and homelessness and economic development, increased funding for federal incentives to address affordable housing, continuum of care, emergency food and shelter, housing choice vouchers, all programs that have produced funding for the city and city residents. And then expanding affordable housing credits through the low-income housing tax credit. That's certainly going to be on the agenda this year when Congress looks at extending the 2017 tax cuts. There will be an effort to increase LIHTC and other tax incentives that municipal governments use. Last slide, or next slide, please. Housing, again, housing homelessness, advocate for funding for ORLP. It's the Outdoor Recreation Legacy and Partnership Program. It's really the only program that provides funding to revamp and update urban parks. At the end of this session of Congress, there was a bill that was signed into law by the president called the Explore Act, which codifies this program. So it's now in law. And again, this program receives funding through a trust every year for about $125 million. Next program, next slide, please. Under public safety, advocating for legislation that supports public safety improvements and emergency response operations, advocating for funding for community violence and gun violence prevention programs, and initiatives including policies related to ghost guns. Again, that earmark that we pointed out earlier was to improve technology at the police department to help disrupt violence in the city. Seeking funding for public safety infrastructure, including regional community safety training and regional communications infrastructure. And then also on the next slide, it calls for supporting the STOP program for school violence prevention. Next slide, please. Education, families, and children. On this slide, I think the change that you'll see here is really sort of on the category side. There was families and children added, and really to reflect the council's interest in supporting early childhood education, child care, and workforce development programs, and then to advocate for an extension of the child tax credit, which again will be up for consideration this year when Congress deals with the tax policies. And then also supporting funding for child and adult food care programs, summer food services, and national lunch programs for children. With that, I will turn it back over to Jason. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John and Kyriakis. I want to take this opportunity to make a recommendation that Council approve and adopt the 2025 federal legislative platform. And we are here to answer additional questions, should you have any.
Thank you, Jason, and thank you, Kyriakis and John. We did not intend to keep you up quite so late. It's approaching 10 your time, but I will bring it back to Council for questions. Let's start with Council Member Banuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just wondering, since I'm coming in at the end of this process, if it's too late to add something to the legislative platform?
So Councilmember Banuelos would be interested in understanding what questions you have. There may be opportunity already existing within the platform itself, but please would be interested in hearing what item you have.
I was looking at the economic development platform. I'm just trying to find it really quick. It's housing and homelessness and economic development. And I was interested, if possible, like I said, if it's not too late, or if it's appropriate also, to add something about immigration policy. And And so I'll read you something that I've written, and then, and if it's not appropriate for here, or if it's appropriate somewhere else, that's totally fine, or it needs wordsmithing, whatever. Something along the lines of advocate for economic development policies that provide a predictable and stable workforce by supporting a balanced immigration policy. Since this is our legislative platform, I just wanted to see if we could include something about immigration, since that is on the agenda for the new administration.
I'm going to ask Kyriakis. I know that there's some language in the platform that talks about diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging within the economic development platform, but to Councilmember Benuelos's question, does our existing platform have the flexibility to incorporate that?
Mayor, Councilmember Benuelos, thanks for the question. I believe the city did take up a resolution a number of years ago during, I think, the first Trump administration to deal with some of the immigration policies that were coming out of the administration at that time. I don't know if that resolution perhaps answers the question or addresses your concerns, Council Member, but it seems to me if that language is suitable to your colleagues, I don't see an issue with necessarily including it. It just may be something where the current resolution that's been adopted already sort of addresses that issue. I do think we do talk about workforce development in the current platform.
Councilmember McDonald, did you want to speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor. I had that same concern earlier, and so I reached out to Kyriakis and talked to him about adding some language around immigration policy. And so a suggested amendment to the policy could read, monitor immigration policy and take action to ensure federal legislation and regulatory actions that align with and support the City of Santa Rosa Indivisible City Resolution. And then we have the resolution number is 2018-199, which was adopted in July 17th, 2018. And the reason that language would maybe cover the concerns that you're talking about is because our resolution actually delineates out what kind of city we are living in. It doesn't explicitly say, I think, around economic development, but it talks around, it talks about our community feeling safe right now. And so I think that to add it to our legislative platform is appropriate. And so if that would suffice for what you were looking for, Council Member.
Sure. I was thinking about something along the lines of, this county and this city relies on, obviously, the immigrant population a lot of the times to do, to be active in the workforce. And if that were to go away, that would definitely affect our economic development. So that's why I was thinking that we could put it in there if that was acceptable. But what you're proposing, and I was aware of the resolutions I've previously done, which I think are really appropriate. But what you're talking about, I kind of like that as well. I mean, I would be open to that. Yeah.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yeah, I think that they both have a place in the platform. I have concerns about the incoming administration caring much about us being an indivisible city or about diversity, equity, inclusion, or belonging. So I think that if we talk about it in terms of economic development and economic stability, that that's a way to get across what we care about in a way that is a bridge to the incoming administration.
Looking for further questions from council? All right, one clarifying question for me. Obviously, our legislative platform lays out a set of values, and that's right in the heading here tonight. The underlying purpose of this, at least with respect to our discussion tonight, is to clarify what kinds of projects we're looking for to have funded and what kinds of funding opportunities they are, as opposed to broader legislative efforts. Is that an accurate statement?
Mayor, if that's directed at us, I would answer it this way. I think the platform allows itself to be a policy document as well as lends itself to pursuing projects that meet the policy objectives in the platform.
Fair clarification. If there are no other questions for council, we'll open up to public comment. Any members of the public here? Seeing none, bring it back to council for final comments. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to just offer two more considerations. If there's concern over adding language around monitoring immigration policy and taking action to ensure federal legislation and regulatory actions align with our resolution, I still think it's important for us to call it out for our community members. But in addition to that, I'd like to also add protect and support entitlement funding, including Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, supplemental nutrition assistance programs, or SNAP, temporary assistance for needy families, TANF, veteran benefits, and child nutrition to the platform. And also support the highest level of federal year 2026 funding for K-12 education programs, including special education services. And I think that with those three things added, I would move forward with the adoption of the policy as amended.
Other comments from council? Councilmember Rogers.
It's not about what you said, although I do like what you said. I just wanted to express my gratitude to both Kyriakis and John for your passion and for your drive in helping us to achieve our goals here at the city. And for always making, when I was the mayor, making us feel as if we are your only clients. When I do understand that we are not your only clients, but when we are with you and you are working towards what it is that we want, honestly feel like we are your only clients. So thank you, and I look forward to our continued work together.
Thank you.
And I'll certainly second that as well. It's been a pleasure to work with your firm, and you've done great things for the city. And with that, I'm going to look for, we've had at least some comments put on the table as far as additions. Councilmember McDonald, I'm going to look to you for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to recommend suggested, I'm sorry, I apologize. I was looking at my language. I'd like to propose an adoption of the resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa to adopt the 2025 City of Santa Rosa federal legislative platforms as amended, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Madam City Attorney.
Just to clarify, the motion is to adopt the resolution with the 3 amendments that you proposed just a minute ago. Is that correct?
I believe that Councilmember Benuelos also added some language around the importance of immigration when or around economic development. And if there's a way to finesse that and add it into the policy as well, I'd like those 4 amendments to be added.
Thank you for clarifying.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Madam City Clerk. Madam City Attorney.
I just want to make clear that our consultants have enough clarity with the 4 policy, the verbiage for the 4 policies.
Yes.
Okay. That was my only question. Thank you.
That was a good one. Thank you for checking. Madam City Clerk, let's do the vote.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Okrepke?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Benuelos?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alvarez?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Aye.
This passes unanimously.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to move on to item 18, no written communications. Item 19, a final public comment on non-agenda matters. Are there any members of the public here who wish to comment? Seeing none, we will move to item 21, adjournment. Thank you all.